Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're going to get started momentarily.
I don't want a stupid person being president, you know?
Give me a second, chat. All right, I think we're good there. Do Twitch, okay. If there's anyone in YouTube chat, I can't see it yet. Until it comes up on the screen over there, I cannot see your chat. It just takes a while, I'm sorry. I'm not ignoring y'all. Okay, we're gonna go live on TikTok right now. Really, we're gonna get this thing going. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hey, Marsha. Yeah, once again, Twitch connects to the chat, or the purple app connects to the chat faster than the red app, even though the red app is what I went on live first. Strange. Holy Saturday Live. Well, Saturday Lives are normal. Saturday Live at 3:28 p.m. Unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're going to get started shortly. Obama indeed. Obama indeed. Hey, Abby. Everyone send your daily heart me while the Obama is on. It's only on for the first 1 minute of the live. Got 1 minute of penny Obamas. Dan, it's not 2 a.m. What are you doing here? Dan in the day. Obama. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. What's up, Hector? Obama. Okay. We're going to get started shortly. I figured we would try me going live when I'm like at the height of my mental acuity. And if that doesn't work, then we just throw the whole thing out. What sucks is I just realized last night we were like talking about maybe not doing this anymore. And that was also the same night that I signed up for the 1 year subscription to Tickfinity. I don't know why those two things happened in the same night. Running from Twitch to get my Obama. I sent you one of 19 lists of Pokemon cards I need. Okay, I will look at it after the live at some point. I finally get on when Dan is on. LOL. I always forget lives are on the weekend. All right, we're gonna get started soon. Let's make sure we're tapping the screen, sending your daily heart me's, do all the good things. I do want to shout out Sid. This is an updated No Pivots Without Concessions shirt. So apparently, Mac reached out to Sid secretly to get this done for our anniversary. Which was super cool, and I really want to thank Sid for that. Also, Sid, I haven't forgotten about the thing I mentioned like a week and a half ago. It's just okay. Well, I guess technically I did forget, but I haven't officially forgotten. I guess I'm going to the gym early today. I guess so. Okay. So. Okay, Mac, if you're watching, I tried to answer your call, and because Google phones don't know how to answer calls, it didn't work. I'm sorry, but kind of your fault. Okay. What's going on? Are you okay? Okay is relative, I guess. Dan, why are you live? The sun's still out. All right, we're gonna get started. Kind of your fault. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have a Google phone if it weren't for her. So. Okay, last chance for an Obama on your heart me. I'm turning that off in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. You're going to be sleeping on the couch, my guy. Good morning, question mark. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the heart me's. We're going to get started here. So, big news of the day. The one tiny fraction of, I'm not even going to call it a win, just a neutral, just back to some kind of semblance of normal that MAGA had, the Strait of Hormuz being open, didn't last very long. Just like so many of the other accomplishments that Donald Trump tries to tout. Welcome back. Thank you. So, Iran says, I don't know why. I've been off pronouncing it correctly lately. Iran says Strait of Hormuz is closed again as vessels attempting to cross come under fire. Hey, Ace. Another cash grab. Yeah, I mean, so for those that don't know,
you talk about extreme.
The amount of money you can make by knowing what is going to be announced by this taco president, right? Like Trump always chickens out. It applies to more things. It's not just with tariffs, like, tariffs and then he chickens out, blah, blah, blah. It's also just like sometimes he announces things that are really good or really indicative of certain things. So if you buy some, if you short oil futures, right, you make a ton of fucking money that way. If you knew he was going to announce this, and then you short, and then you long oil futures after that. These voiceovers, and like all this stuff is like it's kind of just out in the open because we have like records of when people make trades on Polymarket and shit like that, and it's like just moments before he's going to make the announcement. But anyway, someone sent something that I wanted to thank them for, and I missed it. Whitney, thank you for the little crown. Okay, George, I understand you're mad you lost the election and you hate Trump. You're mad you lost. George, I think the problem here is that you still haven't realized that we lost. Assuming you're an American, we all lost when Donald Trump won the election. Now, if you disagree, this would be a perfect opportunity for you to press that little multi-guest button. It's right next to the chat, okay? It's like a pink person, a blue person. Actually, if they've updated it, right? It doesn't look like that anymore. Okay, well, either way. Howdy ho, Mac. Well, one trade yesterday made over 700 million, literally breaking the market. Yeah, I saw that. We've been inviting him repeatedly, Dan. Well, yeah, because, see, here's the thing. George is not going to come up, all right? Because if George comes up, one of three things is going to happen. One of three things. Number one, we're going to hear his Russian accent because he's a Russian bot, right? Because most of MAGA support is astroturfed. Number two, we're going to hear him mouth breathing because this guy can barely cognitively function if he supports Donald Trump in 2026. Or number three, he's going to reveal that he actually doesn't know anything that he's talking about. One of those three. And as you can see, George is still typing, just typing, right? Because he knows he doesn't want to walk into one of those three. Yeah, all you Democrat do is cry, complain, and protest. That's all you're good at. George, you're literally crying right now. You won, in your eyes, right? You won the election. You're still mad. What? Isn't life supposed to be better for you right now? Right? Lower grocery prices on day one. What happened with that? No new wars. What happened with that? Like, you're trying to justify it in your head for one of two reasons. Either you can't admit that you were blatantly wrong, or the reason you voted for him was the bad guy reasons, the villain reasons. It's one of those two. What's wrong with protesting? Oh, well, George doesn't believe in the Constitution. That's why. You can't, to be clear, if you voted for Donald Trump in the year 2024, you do not agree with the Constitution. Anyone that disagrees with me can come up right now, and we will talk about it. Because the man attempted a coup, okay? For those that don't remember, leading up to January 6th, right? I'm not even talking about the insurrection, where all those fucking mouth breathers and knuckle draggers and terrorists broke into the Capitol and smeared shit on the walls. I'm not even talking about that. When Donald Trump gathered fake electors, not alternate electors, fake electors, and pressured his vice president to forego his duty to the Constitution and select the fake electors at the certification process, that alone was the moment that if you support Donald Trump after that, you're a traitor to this country. Just so we're clear. That alone, Jim, I'm explaining it right now, okay? The coup that I'm referring to is when a person who does not belong in power because they lost an election tries to remain in power using illegal actions. That's the coup I'm referring to. Also, where's all the weapons? To be clear, there were weapons at the insurrection. The Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, there were weapons of the insurrection. You guys just don't believe it. You know, I swear, if y'all actually watched the January 6th Select Committee hearings, and you were American patriots, just to be clear, you would be appalled by the president. But fortunately, I know, or unfortunately, I guess, I know that you don't care. You're not an American patriot. Prove it. Prove the weapons. Sure. All right, so watch Jim walk this all back. Watch, everyone, get ready. Get ready. The goalpost is going to be launched to Timbuktu. Here we go. Fact check. U.S. Capitol attack rioters had weapons, including firearms. Witness testimony and evidence in legal cases against supporters of President Donald Trump, who stormed the U.S. Capitol in January 2021, show that some of the rioters had weapons, contrary to social media posts saying that the attack could not be called an insurrection because of none of the participants were armed. Jim, you believe those social media posts. That's you. You saw a social media post 5 years ago. You saw a social media post, and instead of fact-checking it, you just believed it because you wanted it. It confirmed your biases, right? You're like, well, I'm a traitor. They're traitors. I want to agree with the fact that it can't be an insurrection because that way I don't have to call myself a traitor, right? You want to lie to yourself. Reuters laughed my ass off. Where do you want me to go? DonaldTrump.com? Well, you know what? We could go there, but I'm going to have to get through all the ivermectin ads and the accosting for donations. No, genuinely, Jim, where would you like me to fact check this? Okay, so just so we're clear, Jim, you don't have an answer. You don't have an answer. All right, we're gonna go to the first guest. Jim, your brain is cooked. Like you said, it can't be a coup with no weapons, right? I prove there's weapons. You say, oh, well, that's not a good source. I ask you what source you want. You don't have. It's just wasting time. Chat, what is it called? It's not kitchen sinking. It's the other one. It's like two words. Someone help me out. It's some kind of thing that these conservatives do. They just waste time, right? They don't actually want to. It's not, well, it is gaslighting in a way. There's another term for it. We're going to our first guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Fridays and Saturdays doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. Sea lining. Thank you. Whoever said sea lining. 2 points to Gryffindor. Okay. Sea lining.
How you doing?
Hi, welcome up. Give me just 1 second. All right, sea lining is a disruptive online trolling tactic where a person feigns ignorance and civility while persistently asking for evidence, questions, or examples to harass, derail conversations, and exhaust the opponent. So, he knows there were weapons there, but he asked for proof. He knows that Reuters is a reputable source, but he asks for another source. He doesn't provide the other source. It's sea lining. He's just wasting time. This guy's brain is cooked. Hi, welcome up. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 21.
Okay, cool. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, why so?
Um, I like
You like what?
since mic echoing, but I hear my voice in the background. It's kind of annoying.
It's a TikTok glitch. I will try to mute myself while you're talking so that it doesn't bother you.
Thank you. All right, am I good? All right. I agree with. I mean, I support Donald Trump because I like his work ethic. I like how he prioritizes U.S. interests over global commitments. And I like how he protects American jobs and businesses. And I feel like he's like less involved in foreign wars and conflicts. I feel like
Oh,
sometimes.
okay, wait. All right, hold on. We're gonna tackle these one at a time. Just give me 1 second, everybody. Guest points. Okay, here we go. Work ethic. We're gonna put this. Okay, guest points. You said work ethic. America first, essentially, right? Prioritizing America
And I'll include. You could take out the foreign conflicts because
because that's a joke,
that's
and you realize it's he's definitely more
because
involved in foreign conflicts.
I would say he's more pro immigration.
He's more pro immigration.
My bad. Like deporting illegal immigrants. I agree with that.
Okay.
Pro
Pro
deportation. My bad.
deportation. Okay. Does that cover those three? Did I miss one?
That's it.
Okay. All right. Let's start with work ethic. What? You want to explain a little bit on that one?
Yeah. So I'll give you some reasons. Well, I like how he said. Can you go on? I'm sorry. Can you just go on mute really quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I'll give like multiple reasons why I support Trump because of his work ethic. I like his he said multiple businesses that he's at least. I know not all of them succeeded. He had multiple bankruptcies. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect, but he started 16 businesses. I mean, obviously you have to have some work ethic obviously to start up those businesses. It's not easy to start businesses. Everybody knows that. He has some balls for, he has some balls for confronting multiple leaders in other countries. I like that. He's a strong leader. He's a multi-billionaire.
Okay.
I know that you're going to say about his crypto. I'm not. Can I just finish, please?
Well, I mean, you're Gish Gallop. And so this is like a lot of points, and I want to go one at a time.
I only have one more.
Okay. All right. So we're going to do, we got to do sub points now. Okay. So work ethic. It was, he started businesses.
Multiple.
Okay. That's, usually that's like not a good sign, right? Because a lot of your businesses fail. If you start, I started 20 businesses and 2 succeeded. Okay.
No, he failed like the first few and then he got back up and then he started up again.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Okay. So he started multiple businesses. That's under the work ethic. Okay. What else?
He's a multi-billionaire.
Thank you, Erica. Okay. Multi-billionaire. Okay. That's a reason to vote for somebody, apparently. Okay. Next.
He started up a lot of, I know this goes into businesses, Trump hotels, his leadership. I like his leadership, confronting foreign leaders and not being scared of other countries telling him, he's not scared of what other countries say. I feel like, I just feel like he's a stronger leader than Kamala.
Okay. So, leadership. All right. Let's go through this. Do you think somebody that starts a lot of businesses, even though many of them fail, do you think that's a qualification for president?
For what?
Do you think just starting a lot of businesses is a good qualification for the leader of the free world, president of the United States?
I do.
Okay. Well, I know some guys that hang out in front of 7-Eleven who would be perfect. They would fit your qualifications perfectly. They start a bunch of side businesses. Say that again?
His businesses weren't small either. I mean, he invested a lot of money into his businesses too.
Right. Okay. And he had several bankruptcies. To be clear, Okay, we're gonna the multiple businesses thing and the billionaire thing kind of cover each other. Okay, so you know how much money he inherited from his father?
It was something 200 million.
It was between 400 and 600 million. We don't have the exact number, but either way, even 200 million.
400 million.
Yeah, but
But
sure. Let's
yeah.
for the sake of argument say 400 million. Okay, $400 million. Now, people have analyzed it, and if he had just taken the $400 million and put it into an ETF and sat on a beach for his entire adult life, he would have more money than he does now. You understand that?
He probably didn't know at the time.
No, I recognize that he didn't know at the time. What I'm trying to say is that he coasted, essentially, worse than time. He did worse than doing nothing. That's not a successful businessman. That's a guy who was born with a silver spoon in his ass. Okay, like the idea that somebody who started with $400 million and then, but didn't even really become successful until he became a TV star. I don't know if you know this, but The Apprentice revived his career. Did you know that?
No.
Okay, yeah. So
Wait, what happened?
The Apprentice is what catapulted him into actual success. All of his real estate, all of the Trump steaks, the Trump water, the Trump planes, all of that shit was failing. Obviously, some real estate investments are going to pay off just over time, but the actual businesses that he started were failing. It was when he became a celebrity, when he started The Apprentice, which was with the help with, what was the guy's name? Chat, someone help me out. Who the producer of The Apprentice was? Because he said he regretted ever doing it because it led to Apprentice producer.
Wait, and yeah, he started that TV show. Isn't that
No. Actually, the guy, one second. Producer.
You know that, right?
Mark Burnett, right. Yeah, so Mark Burnett regrets approaching him with this idea because it's led to where we are now. Additionally, even if, let's say it was Trump's idea, he's like, you know what? I'm kind of a funny guy, and reality TV shows are really big right now. Let me start a reality TV show, and it's successful. Let's say that happened, and there was no Mark Burnett. That's a qualification to be president of the United States to you?
I didn't say that it was.
Okay, so do you concede then that the multiple businesses point is not a good qualification for president?
No. Well, I don't understand why you said that. You know, he basically started up his own TV show. Like that has some work ethic to it, you know, making some money, and I feel like I mean, can I ask you a question? Even if he was a president or not, would you say that someone that, you know, works hard and creates like puts money into their businesses and works hard for their businesses has at least some work ethic? Could we just get past
some work ethic? Listen,
Can you get-
if your question is, does Donald Trump have good work ethic? You know what?
Thank you.
Outside of, I didn't even finish answering. Outside of like the amount of golf that he plays, and for his age, I'd say he has amazing work ethic. That's not a qualification. Okay, if he has amazing work ethic, if you see somebody like just painting a wall with their own fecal matter, but they're doing it 24 hours a day, they got some good work ethic, but they're not accomplishing anything. That's not like that's not a reason to vote for something. You have to look at what they're doing with their work ethic. And what this guy's been doing is bankrupting companies, right? Making less money than had he done nothing with his inheritance.
No, he's made money from his businesses though.
Less than if he had done nothing. And again, the only business that consistently made money was his celebrity, his TV show.
That's not what made him the most amount of money.
No. Oh, well, yeah, no. Before 2024. Excuse me. Now, of course, there's the grifting off the office of the presidency. But I'm talking about before he became president. It was The Apprentice. Do you want me to fact check that?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Here's a policy.
Okay. No, hold on. No pivots without concessions. So just so we're clear, just having multiple businesses is not a good qualifier for president, correct? Can we just at least agree on that? Just having multiple, there's nuance.
Having or starting up? Because you have to start up a business.
Even just starting up multiple businesses, bro.
That
I know
takes work
crackheads that
ethic.
start up a bunch of businesses. That doesn't mean I want to vote for them as
disagree.
president. What?
I'm just going to disagree and move on. Agree to disagree.
Okay, so just a quick question.
Can we agree to disagree?
No. I'm sorry, we
Whoa.
can't. If somebody starts 100 businesses and 99 of them fail, that you're saying that's a good qualification to run for president?
99% of his businesses did not fail.
I didn't say that. Okay, I'm trying to set a standard here that if in your mind, can there exist a metric where somebody starts a lot of businesses? They got the gumption, they got the work ethic to start a lot of businesses, but because you look in more deeper instead of just the surface level, oh, that guy started 100 businesses. That maybe that's not a good qualification for president.
I would disagree, man.
You would disagree. Okay, so I'm gonna pose this to you again. If you have a person that started 100 businesses and 99% of them failed,
I'm not understanding.
No, you're unable to engage with the hypothetical because
No, I said I disagreed with it. I can disagree.
Oh, you
with
disagree?
it.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask it again, just so we're clear on the same page.
Yeah.
If you know a person, okay, that's running for president, they started 100 businesses and 99 of them failed.
Oh, in that scenario.
That's why it's called a hypothetical. All right.
Oh, I still think that. I mean, I'm not being closed-minded here. I still think that starting up the businesses and having some work ethic to that, I still do think that that is a good characteristic. And he didn't fail that. I mean, he didn't stop working after the first business.
Stop it. Why are you talking about Trump? I'm not talking about Trump yet.
I'm talking about the hypothetical.
Okay, so in the hypothetical, you still think that person, that's a qualification. Yes, he started 99 failed businesses.
I think after the first business that failed and he kept going after, I think that is a strong work ethic. Yes, that he didn't quit.
Okay. All right. Well, at least you're consistent. Okay, so just so we're clear, there are a ton of people now. All right, there are so many people outside of 7-Eleven right now that are qualified for president in your eyes. Okay, the Amway / Cutco people that started their own businesses, right? These are good qualifications for president.
No, because they don't have other qualifications. That's only one qualification.
Oh, okay. So it's only one qualification.
He has multiple.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How can you determine work ethic of somebody who isn't an entrepreneur?
Because he went to college too. I mean, he graduated from UPenn with a.
I'm gonna ask the question a little bit slower because I don't think you understood it. How do you determine the work ethic of somebody who is not an entrepreneur?
I mean, you could look at other things that aren't. Can you mute? I'm sorry, I keep hearing my voice.
I know we've all had to suffer that. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Yeah. So you said just being an entrepreneur. I would disagree. You could look at other things that determine work ethic too, like you could even think of some things that aren't entrepreneurship that you could still see work ethic. Like if they go to the gym, I think that's strong work ethic. I think that if you go to the gym, if you strive to be someone better, if you want to be a better person, that's good work ethic. If you want to more work ethic would be just getting up every day and doing something productive is strong work ethic definitionally.
Okay. I'm doing my best to mute so that you don't have the echo. But
dedication too.
Okay. Few things. First, for the person in chat, the joke was about the things that he's saying, not about his voice. That's number one. Number two, Erica, thank you so much for the $10. Dan, this is the guy that always talking shit and never requesting up. Must have borrowed a pair today.
That's weird.
Thank you so much, Erica. Okay.
All right. Would you like to move on?
No, I didn't get to respond to all that.
This is getting kind of boring.
Well, the reason I asked you, how do you determine work ethic of someone that's not an entrepreneur, is because I know what would have happened if I asked you, don't you think someone like Kamala Harris has good work ethic? No matter what politician I put up against Trump, you'd have been like, yeah, but they didn't start businesses. They didn't employ, right?
No, I said that Kamala does have strong work ethic.
Oh, okay, so it's a wash. Why the fuck did you even bring it up?
Because your prompt, I mean, we're talking about why I support Trump, and I just told you why.
Right, but if both candidates have strong work ethic, then it kind of sounds like...
What do you mean? No, it doesn't. I'm giving you reasons why I support Trump.
Okay, can you give me reasons why you support Trump that are not matched by the opponent? That's usually...
I personally think that Trump had stronger work ethic than Kamala. She still definitely had work ethic.
There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. So we talked about the billionaire thing.
I would like to bring up a policy that you might agree with too, Operation Warp Speed. Would you agree with that? I'm guessing probably. That was a policy that I strongly agreed with. So
okay,
it was basically Operation Warp Speed.
Are you
2020 was to speed up the development and basically the manufacturing and the distribution of COVID vaccines. That's one thing that I really agreed with. I feel like Kamala. My bad. Yeah.
No, you got Kamala,
right? Mm-hmm. I feel like if she was president during that term, I feel like it would have. I feel like she wouldn't have got the vaccines as quick as Trump did. And I think that was
why do you think that?
I don't know. I think it's because of his work ethic.
More Democrats supported the fast the accelerated process for Operation Warp Speed than Republicans did. There's no reason to believe. First of all, the person who would have been president at that time would have been Hillary Clinton, but obviously we're talking about the last election. So let's say hypothetically, Harris was. I don't know why you would think that Operation Warp Speed wouldn't be implemented by a Democrat. In fact, if we want to talk about the COVID response, a Democrat like Clinton or Harris would have not sat on their hands for 5 weeks. Trump had all of the pertinent information about the impending pandemic for 5 weeks. And unlike countries like South Korea and New Zealand,
but he also
I'm still talking, and I'm doing my best because I'm trying to mute for you. So I'm unilaterally disarming. All right, so just let me finish, and then I'll let you go. Okay. So for those 5 weeks, right, instead of doing contact tracing, instead of doing testing, he sat on his hands and tried to make it go away. He said, well, we only have one case in the United States. It'll be gone by Easter. Don't even worry about it, which is not what a Democrat would have done, either Clinton or Harris. Additionally, once he got into office, he looked at everything that Obama put together and got rid of most of it, including the pandemic response team. Imagine that not being the kill shot right there. The moment the pandemic starts and it turns out that Trump got rid of the pandemic response team, at that point, everyone should have been like, all right, this guy's too fucking incompetent to run this country. But yeah, I'm surprised you would bring up Operation Warp Speed on that front.
Yeah, and we can't deny that he also put billions of dollars behind the multiple vaccine candidates too.
What? What do you mean he?
He didn't. I mean Trump's administration. They put billions of dollars behind.
Oh, okay.
Operation Warp Speed.
Let me ask you a question then.
Yeah.
So if you agree with that, then you definitely don't agree with Trump right now, right? Because if you look at Trump's current 2027 budget proposals, I will pull those up for you. He wants to cut pretty much everything that led to Operation Warp Speed. $5 billion cut from the NIH. NIH broke the trust of the American people.
It's mostly because a lot of people are already vaccinated.
Are you under the impression that this is going to be the last pandemic ever?
I don't think we're going to get one anytime soon.
Oh, we're doing based on vibes and feelings. Okay, got it. Yeah, so just so we're clear.
I don't think that we are.
Yeah, awesome. Everyone, don't worry. Chat. What is this guy's name? JJ doesn't think we're going to have another pandemic, so we're good.
Not anytime soon.
Well, why do you think that is? Wait, can you tell me why you think that?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we have vaccines for mostly everything already.
You know that this was a novel coronavirus, right?
Yeah. I don't think
actually,
we're going to have...
Hold on. Do you know what novel means in that context?
Well, wait, what? Can you say it again?
Do you know what novel means in that context?
What was the wait? What did you say? What was the?
I said it
context?
was a novel coronavirus.
It was large,
No,
right?
no, it was
Or no?
new. It was new to us.
Okay.
And so if we already have vaccines for things, but another novel virus comes along, cutting $5 billion from the NIH, from programs that would fund researching these things, is a problem, right?
I would agree.
Okay. All right. So you agreed more with first term Trump than Trump now. Trump now
Yeah,
is,
but we
yeah. Okay, cool.
yeah, but let's just agree that the Operation Warp Speed was a W.
Broken
We
clock.
could
A broken clock is right twice a day. I don't know. I can name you. I can give you like two more things that Trump did well. He's been in office for like 6
yeah.
years, and he's done like 1,000 bad things, but the three good things. Yeah, he got rid of the penny. Thank God. He did Operation Warp Speed. First step
No
back
tax
was
on
okay.
tips. No tax on tips.
I don't even know if I agree with that, honestly. That's literally just, it's for 3 years. Just so
That's
we're clear.
crazy.
It's for 3 years, and it's a tax cut for just like a tiny portion of the population. I mean, it's okay, but
And
if
he
you're not
closed the
coupling,
border.
if you're not coupling it with, if you're not coupling with either spending cuts from the military or taxing the wealthy to pay for it, then what's the fucking point, right?
And he closed the border, which I highly agree with. I mean,
Okay. All right.
Biden,
So let's.
Biden had the
You know what?
border
We're going
wide
to.
open.
All right.
I feel like
Let me
I
wrap
feel
up.
like
I'm going to
yeah,
wrap up
let's
these
wrap
points
up.
here. Okay. So
Let's just wrap it up.
okay, yeah, we're
Yep.
done with the work ethic thing. Okay, so
Yes, he did.
we're gonna go to the pro deportation thing. Okay, he closed the border. Can you explain what? Okay, so for him to close the border, that means that the border was open under Joe Biden, according to you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm just gonna ask you this question: what did Joseph Robinette Biden do differently when he got into office than Donald John Trump did when he was in office the first time? What did he do differently to open the border?
That's the problem. He didn't do anything.
So the border was open under the first Trump as well.
No.
Okay.
It wasn't as open as it is now.
Oh, can you elaborate by telling me what Joseph Robinette Biden did differently than what he didn't do anything differently?
No, he didn't do anything differently after Trump's first term. That's what I'm trying to say.
So then how did he open the border? Brian Rundle
he didn't.
raid.
No, he didn't do. What I'm saying, what I'm saying to you is he didn't do anything about the border problem.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna pause for 1 second. Welcome in Brian Raiders. Hold on. I might be about to be embarrassed. I don't know who Brian Rundle is. Is this going to be a good creator to follow? Brian Rundle. Oh, okay, never mind. I do know who this is. Apologies. Yes, I followed them a week or two ago on my main. This is obviously my backup, but you know what? Boom. All right. Brian Raid. Welcome in, Brian Raiders. If you're not following Brian Rundle 5, there you go. Okay. Now, what was the last thing you said? What was the last thing you said? Oh, the border. Right. Okay. So, if the border is closed in Trump's first term and Biden takes office and does nothing differently, then how is the border open?
Are you talking about during Biden's first term? I mean, only term?
Yeah. What other thing would I be talking about? He doesn't have any other terms. It's that one, right? So if the border is closed under Trump's first term, in your eyes, right? The concept of an open and closed border is already like disingenuous. But let's say the border is closed in Donald Trump's first term. Okay. Joe Biden takes office, does nothing differently. How is the border now open?
I feel like I don't know. I feel like he did like I don't really have an answer to that. I'm sorry, but like I feel like he didn't stop high levels of
He
elite
has
like
concepts of
illegal
a plan.
crossing. Like he had lack of control over the border. Like he didn't have any control over
Do
it.
you think that it might be a problem that you made so many of these decisions based on I feel like? Like, don't you think it's a problem that you don't know any of this stuff, but you were willing to vote for him, let alone continue to support him? You just don't know. You feel.
Well, it was I do know that under Biden it was at record high illegal immigration
Not even
crossings.
true.
I do know that's a fact.
It's not even true. But if you want to talk about encounters, yeah, encounters were very high in the year 2022. But you don't know the reason that encounters were high. You don't know what Biden did differently. You don't have any of that information.
Yeah, I mean, he had a more like a humanitarian approach. Biden did.
Can you explain?
Like I feel like he like wanted legal immigrants to seek asylum more, which I like. That's a good way to do it. But I feel like Trump just totally just wiped, just like made it better the border.
Hang on a second. We're not even on Trump's second term yet. I just need to get to this point where either you need to say with your whole chest, either
Yeah.
the border was open under Trump's first term or the border was closed under Biden's term. Because right now, your cognitive is dissonating. Okay, you have cognitive dissonance because
Yeah, no.
okay, right? Because you have
I'm talking about this term for Trump.
yeah. All right. So just so we're clear,
Yeah.
before we can get to this term, well, again, no pivots without concessions. We need to live in the same reality to have a conversation. Was the border open under Trump or was it closed under Biden? You can't have it both ways.
It was open during open for Biden.
And what about Trump's first term?
It was open.
It was open. Okay.
But there was less crossings.
Were there?
Statistically.
When did the encounters spike? Do you know?
Well, they were at a record high during Biden's administration.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again. Do you know when the encounters spiked?
Encounters spiked during Trump's first term.
That's right. That's
Yes.
right. And it started around March in Trump's first term. March of 2020 in Trump's first term, coinciding very, very coincidentally, but it's not a coincidence, with the start of the pandemic. I'm actually going to show you. This is
Wait,
a lot of people don't know this.
Can we not pivot?
What am I pivoting to?
I have a question.
Wait, what am I
Why
pivoting
didn't
to?
Biden have any approach for deportation? Why didn't he he had no like policies for it?
You know, Joe Biden deported more people than Donald Trump has, right?
Deported?
Yeah.
That's not true.
Okay.
Oh yeah, of course, because there was more people. Of course, there was.
Okay, there's a walk back.
People
Okay.
coming in.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
you have to. I mean, come on. That's kind of like I don't know what the word is for that, but like there's more people coming in under Biden, so of course there's going to be more deportation.
Wait. So are you
You know
saying
what
that
I mean?
the problem is solved then?
And again, my dad called me.
Okay, so Biden deports all these people,
Yes,
but you're saying he's not doing a good enough job.
with the border,
What should he have done?
closed it. But he had it wide open, so of course you're going to
Can you
deport him.
just explain what closing it entails? What does that mean?
like putting more officers at the border, more border patrol.
JJ. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Oh my god. Have you heard of the Lankford border bill?
No,
Okay. Well, that's really sad because did you vote in 2024?
yes,
Okay. I'm gonna tell you a story. And at the end of the story, if you are a person with a functioning cerebellum, you will be mortified by Donald Trump's actions. Okay?
okay,
So 2023 into 2024, a bill was developed, bipartisan bill. It was spearheaded by a very conservative Republican from Oklahoma. His name was James Lankford. Okay? Democrats and Republicans supported this bill. It wasn't unanimous, but it was over 60, which is what you need to pass a bill. Now, what this bill would have done, all right, is it would have provided more funding for additional agents at the border. It would have provided more funding for immigration courts and processing centers so that for people that are seeking asylum, right, you and I both know that some people, when they seek asylum, are doing it under either false pretenses or not necessarily within the qualifications of the United States, right? We agree on that. But when people do that, before the Lankford bill, there is like a multi-year wait for them to be processed, whereas the Lankford bill would have funded these courts and processing centers, these judges, to bring it down to an under 6 month wait, right? Which would have led to more expulsions, assuming there was fraud, right, or there was deception. Either way. Now, so the two: there's funding for more border agents, which is what you just asked for. Funding for more processing centers to reduce the amount of abuse of the asylum seeking process. It was also going to be a running cap where the president is given the ability to completely close the border to all asylum seekers if they hit that cap. Okay? The cap currently, by the way, is infinite. There's no cap. And before that, right? So Democrats and Republicans both agreed with this bill. This was a bill that would have led to, it wouldn't have solved our immigration problems, of course, but it was the first comprehensive immigration reform bill in decades. It was bipartisan. What do you think happened with the bill?
I'm guessing it didn't go through.
You want to know why?
I don't think it was effective enough, personally.
You have heard of this.
I have.
Yeah. Why'd you lie? Why did you lie?
Because I knew that you were gonna try to do something like this, which I don't really like that you're doing this, because you're kind of being like you're not being like a genuine person when you're doing this.
How am I being disingenuous?
Because I'm trying to have a good conversation, and you're just trying to get me with a gotcha. But I don't really like that. I know you're doing it for TikTok.
Wait, no, what's the gotcha? All I'm doing, I just want you to hold everyone to the same standard, okay? Because you seem to have different standards for Trump than you do with any other politician, especially on the Democratic side, right? You just have different standards. It's for Trump, in Trump's first term, you're okay with the border being open, but you're not okay with the border being open in Biden's term. You said that you would have wanted Biden to put in more border patrol at the border, right? Because it started with, you moved the goalpost, you started with, he didn't do anything about deportations. And I mentioned that he did more deportations than Trump. And you were like, oh, okay, well, I'm talking about the border itself. And then I asked you what you wanted to do. And you said more border patrol agents. Like, okay, there was a bill that would have done that. And you're calling that a gotcha. The reality is, the reason you're calling it a gotcha is because you're getting caught in cognitive dissonance. You're getting caught in an inconsistent standard. You understand? That's why you're calling it a gotcha. All I'm doing is pointing out hypocrisy.
Yeah, I don't think you're being genuine when you're talking, because I don't think that the what he want, I don't fuck, I'm again. My bad. I got short-term memory loss. I'm actually serious. What were you talking about again? What bill was it called?
The Lankford border bill, bipartisan border bill that would have done the exact thing that you're asking for.
It wasn't effective enough because like, if there was around 4,000 people like being the crossing, then there would be obviously restrictions. We both know that.
Again, and not crossing. And this is talking about encounters.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It was the system where like stricter rules would only kick in after crossings hit a certain number per day.
I have concepts of a plan.
That's exactly what it was.
You know what? It's not even worth checking. Let's say it is crossing. Do you know what the limit was before that?
No.
Infinite. There was no limit. So you're saying a limit is worse than no limit.
It wasn't they wanted automatic, like, the Lankford bill, just they wanted automatic, always on enforcement, like they're always there, but they didn't have they didn't have a trigger after high numbers for crossings.
Okay, so
Like,
again, we're gonna. The salience of your argument is still flawed, but just for everybody watching, so the border bill mandated a border shutdown if the daily migrant encounters hit an average of 5,000 over a week or 8,500 in one day, triggering mandatory deportation. Contrary to claims that it allowed 5,000 entries. Okay, so
well, could we agree that the asylum system is the main loophole?
I need you to say I was wrong about that. It was encounters.
I was wrong about that.
Thank you. Okay. Your question was, is the asylum system as a whole what?
Could we agree that that is the number one main loophole for illegal immigration?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say because when you use the word illegal immigration, asylum seeking is a legal process. So
Yeah.
the illegal part would come in if somebody is seeking asylum under false pretenses, and the Lankford border bill would have tightened the qualifications for asylum seeking, right? That was another part of the Lankford border bill. Thank you, Whitney, for the paper cranes. Hello? Still there? Bueller?
My bad, bro.
No, you're fine.
What were you saying?
So another part of the Lankford border bill is that it would have tightened it would have made the qualifications stricter for seeking asylum. You know about that part?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you think that asylum seeking is the biggest issue, and frankly, the asylum seeking process was the largest issue for the increased encounters, or the largest reason for the increased encounters, then you would be all for the Lankford border bill, right?
I don't think it was. I'm just gonna stick with what I had to say. It wasn't effective enough.
Okay. What you're doing is you're being disingenuous. You know that, right?
No, I'm not.
When you're being presented with information that is contrary to your beliefs, you're saying, "Well, I still believe. I want to keep my believies, my feelings."
No, I agree with it. It's something.
It's something, right? Instead of nothing. And Donald Trump came in and said, "This is okay." So this is
because he had a stronger plan.
This is no. That's not even what he said. He said,
"No, he didn't say that." But
now we're talking about what's inside of Trump's brain. I love when Trump supporters do this. Oh my God, the Trump translation.
You knew that the
Trump translation. He literally said, "I don't want you passing anything about immigration before the election." Right? So one of two things is happening there.
He said that?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
We have count them, 5 members of Republican leadership that have said that. We have McConnell, we have Lankford, we have was it Johnson? I know Lindsey Graham said it. There's 5 big Republicans all confirmed that that's what the reason that they were opposing the Lankford border bill. And even Trump said, "Blame me for killing the bill." Okay, so if you want, we can go through the fact checks of all that.
No. It was something. I agree with it.
Okay, do you agree with the president or the former president who's running for president saying, "I don't want you to solve a problem because then I will have nothing to run on"?
Trump didn't say that though.
Okay, we're gonna go through this again. Do you want me to show you the statements from the 5 Republicans? Why did he... Bro, go answer the door. While he's getting the door. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the $5. Guest's argument boiled down to, if speeding mostly occurs in cars, should we ban cars? Always good to see you, Dan. Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for the $5. Your mom was doing your laundry. Omar,
sorry, bro.
Omar, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Dan, for bringing one of the most genuine debaters on TikTok. Thank you so much, Omar, for the $10. Thank you, everybody, for the love. I really appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah.
So back to what we were talking about. Do you want me to show you the statements from the 5 Republicans?
No. Yes, please.
Okay. Will you believe the 5 Republicans, or are you going to say, oh,
Yes,
they're
I
just
will.
rhinos?
If you could show me them.
Senator from Oklahoma?
Senate currently in a quorum call.
Okay, so
We are not, Senator.
Thank you. Madam President,
it's been a while since I've had to find this clip because this was like common knowledge in
or so, in a lot of political
2024.
conversations about immigration and the border. So I want to be able to come to this body and to say immigration issues are still unresolved.
trying to find the
there's been a lot of
exact...
rewriting.
Wait, actually, before I do this, I'm going to set the goalpost before you can move it. So let's say we pull up the statements from at least 3 of the 5 Republicans, okay? And it's all saying the same thing. And Trump himself says, blame me for killing the bill. Are you going to agree that Donald Trump didn't think this was an actual problem and was just using it to win an election?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll find it. Oh, this might actually be in the source doc. Hold on, chat. Okay, the source doc is super outdated, but there is a link in my bio. 1 second. We haven't had to pull up these sources since like 2024. All right, in the meantime, while I pull this up, if you are here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Fridays and Saturdays doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. I'm also going to try to be live more often leading up to the midterms, but we will see. How do I search this document? Tools. Oh, just Control F. Okay. There we go. 1030. It was in the source document.
Needed to, and the comments that all 3 of us made was we have to keep working even when it got really hard, and we wanted to walk away from the table. We didn't walk away from the table even when we looked like we were at an impasse because we had to get something done.
And all signs indicated that your optimism was actually founded and that the bill was going to pass until Trump came out forcefully against it. I mean, he was basically whipping against it from Mar-a-Lago. Did he call you personally? And if so, what did he say?
We did not talk during that time period, actually. On my part, that was intentional, quite frankly, because of that exact question. I didn't want this to be perceived as this is President Trump actually trying to be able to run this bill. That would be toxic to my Democrat colleagues. And this needed to be something that we do as a party to be able to resolve right now. I honestly believe that exact bill would have passed in December, but by the time it got into February and we were in the heart of the presidential primary election, it became immediately the major focus in the election because the Republican primary suddenly got resolved. It looked very obvious that President Trump was going to be there, and everything collapsed at that point. If that bill would have gone in December, I think it would have passed.
Do you need to hear more, or should I move on to the next clip?
You could move on.
Okay.
And I'll fight it all the way. I notice a lot of the senators are trying to say respectfully they're blaming it on me. I said, that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please. And I'll fight.
A little bit cut. He said it multiple times. I'll try to find a longer one for you.
let me add one thing. We had a lot of discussion, obviously, about the border around here, but it's important to focus on the other rationale for the supplemental. We've got two friends in the middle of a huge fight, Israel, Ukraine. They need help. And hopefully we can work this border issue out in a way that's satisfactory. But there's bipartisan support here in the Senate for both Israel and Ukraine. And hopefully at some point we'll get them the help that they need.
Leader McConnell, that said, we thought we were going to have something on Ukraine, this international aid package back in the fall. You made it conditional for aid to Ukraine to have this border security piece here. Looking back at how long and how tedious these negotiations are, was that a mistake to marry these two things together?
Well, it's certainly been a challenge to try to reach an agreement on the border. That's why we've been talking about this so long. I always thought it would be a challenge, and it has been. But it's time for us to move something, hopefully including a border agreement. But we need to get help to Israel and to Ukraine quickly.
Leader McConnell.
Alex?
Would you support proceeding on a Ukraine border security deal if it didn't have support of at least a majority or half of your conference?
I don't know how it's going to end up being presented, and we'll see what the final package looks like.
How do you think voters would look at Republicans if the GOP were to kill a bipartisan deal that you cut with the White House because of Donald Trump's opposition?
Well, I think I'm going to continue not to comment on the presidential campaign. Obviously, this is an incredibly challenging political discussion we've been having. I still favor trying to make law when you can. And I do think that what Senator Lankford and his team are going to produce is an improvement over current law. You're asking me a question I can't answer right now, which is what is the fate of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hold up.
Shall we keep going?
Hello?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Can you repeat what you said?
I said, do you want me to keep going? Can we move on?
No, I got the gist of it.
Okay, so then we're going to go back to the goalpost that we set. So you agree then that Donald Trump didn't care about the problem of immigration and just wanted to win an election?
Oh, I don't agree with that.
I'm sorry. I thought we set this goalpost before those clips. Here, I'll remind you. I'll remind you what you said just a few minutes ago. Leading up to
is that what won it?
But we will see.
The election.
No, I'm gonna mute you just for a moment. Tools. Oh, just Control F. Okay. If you are here for the okay, and it's all saying the same thing. Before I do this, I'm going to set the goal. Here we go.
Immigration issues are still unresolved.
Trying to find the.
There's been a lot of rewriting.
Wait, actually, before I do this, I'm going to set the goalpost before you can move it. So let's say we pull up the statements from at least 3 of the 5 Republicans, okay? And it's all saying the same thing. And Trump himself says, blame me for killing the bill. Are you going to agree that Donald Trump didn't think this was an actual problem and was just using it to win an election?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there a reason you're jackhammering the cement around that goalpost now to move it again?
No, that was my bad. I didn't it was definitely a smart decision on his end to for like obviously to use that.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you because you're driving. But it's actually good news. Because I think the past 30 minutes or so showed to everyone, and hopefully after some introspection to you, that you have no idea what you're talking about. And all you're doing is defending Trump, regardless of the new information that's presented to you. So I'm going to go to the next guest. If you want to request backup when you're not driving, I will consider bringing you back up. But in the meantime, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Fridays and Saturdays doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. For those who have sent any gifts, I really appreciate it. But as a reminder, nobody has the gift. Nobody has to sub. Nobody has to send Venmos or anything like that. The only thing I'm asking for is just make sure you're following. Double check next to my name that you're following. If you're on the red play button app or the purple app on an island that is stationed in Tuvalu, what is it? Subscribe, and then the other one's the follow, whatever the free one is. Thank you. Going to the next guest. Here we go. Someone pinch me. Dan is live in his daytime. Good debate. You really think that, JJ? Like I said, he called Polly, Ari, Joey, Santana too. All right, I'm gonna pin the 1 cent goals to hopefully push us out to more people. Right now, there is actually nobody else. So what we're gonna do in the meantime, I think he's being genuine. Dan, I'm really behind. Are you and Max still together? Yes. Unless, if not, then that's news to me. Okay. All right.
They're eating the dogs.
Thank you, everybody, for the rose gifts. And thank you, Abby, for the corgi. Okay, so in the meantime, what we're going to do is I am going to just read all of this in a row for y'all. And then I'm going to try to be concise so that I can make the editing for the clip later easy. But, okay. So, the Trump administration is proposing a 1.5 trillion with a T military budget. Trump administration is proposing a $1.5 trillion military budget. And here's the things that he
Windmills
plans.
are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Nelly, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Nelly. Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. Okay, so these are the things that are proposed to be cut to pay for this 1.5, again, trillion with a T. Trillion. Okay?
Obama.
Thank you, Kristen. Reset gift goal. Okay, hold on. How can we come back from this? Well, the only way to come back from this, and again, this is assuming that we continue to have free and fair elections, which I'm still skeptical, but the only way we can come back from this is for the American public to stop having amnesia the moment a Democrat gets elected. Okay? Thank you, Abby, so much for the drum hamster. Because what's been happening is Republicans come in, blow a massive hole in our budget, leave a crisis for the incoming Democrat. The Democrat cleans up their mess, but they didn't do it fast enough, and then we elect a Republican again. Okay? This happened with George W. Bush, leaving Obama with an economic crisis, and a lot of that was spurred on by the deregulation from Republicans, the repeal of Glass-Steagall, for example. Like, Republicans have a direct line to the 2008 crisis. That crisis is handed off to Obama. Obama leaves a beautiful, booming economy to Donald Trump. All right? Donald Trump leaves 6% unemployment, right? The the beginnings of inflation, massive deficit spending to Joe Biden. So Joe Biden inherits that. Joe Biden brings us to the number one economy in the world recovering out of the pandemic. But he didn't do it fast enough, and he didn't rewind time to before the pandemic, so we elected Donald Trump again. Now, what's going to happen again, right, is Donald Trump is already blowing a massive hole in our budget, right? Just to be clear, Republicans have not been fiscally conservative since Reagan. Like, it's just, that's not what it's the meme. I don't know how they got this phrase, this term, this adjective, fiscally conservative. No, they're not. But anyway, we're going to get a massive hole in our budget. If Trump goes through with his plan to fire Jerome Powell at the Fed and put whatever yes man he nominated, James something. Oh, who was in the Epstein files, by the way? Wait, chat, who's the guy? The guy that's nominated for the Fed was in the Epstein files. Okay? And not in like a good way. Not like Obama, where there's emails of people like shitting on Obama. Okay? He's in the Epstein files in the bad way. James something. Or fuck is the guy's name? The Fed pick. Starts with a W, I want to say. Trump Fed pick. Kevin Warsh. Okay, sorry. Kevin Warsh, not James. Kevin Warsh. All right. So he goes through the plan with firing Jerome Powell and putting in Warsh. And Warsh, unlike Jerome Powell, succumbs to Trump's pressure to cut interest rates even while inflation is high. What we're going to see in the back half of Trump's presidency is something called stagflation, where not only is inflation high, but the economy is stagnant and unemployment is high. This is something we haven't experienced in decades, maybe even since the Depression, right? Either way, then President Ocasio-Cortez comes in, has to clean that shit up, and then she loses to presumptive President Tucker Carlson, because everyone forgets. They all forget. Republicans come in, shit all over the country. Democrat comes in, has to clean it up, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, look how shitty everything is." So that's the only way. The only way we recover is for a Democratic president to come in, clean shit up, and then another Democratic president comes in to build on what was done. That's the only way. Would have happened if Hillary Clinton had won the election. We also would have been in a much better place for the pandemic, because we would have had a brain user as our president. Wouldn't have disbanded the pandemic response team. One of these days, it's on my list of content I want to do, but one of these days I want to talk about the stuff that we're still experiencing because Hillary Clinton didn't win the presidency, because of Trump's first term. One of the big ones, obviously, is the repeal of Roe v. Wade. That's a direct tie to Donald Trump winning the 2016 election, even though he lost the popular vote by 2.3 million votes, or 2.6 million? 2.6 million votes. Either way, right? So we see thousands of women being forced to carry their rapist baby to term, women dying due to lack of medical treatment because of these archaic laws. All of this direct line to Trump won. We also see we already were seeing an increase in food recalls, in a decrease in food quality standards. We were already seeing that leading up to RFK. This was a direct result from Trump's first term. It's not one of the big things we talk about. Increase in size of healthcare deserts. Yeah, that's another one. And they don't like being called out. Need to discuss how Roe going away so went medical privacy. Yeah, that's true. Oh, the rise of measles. Yeah, well, that's becoming more of a thing. That's becoming more of a thing now. But okay, sorry, I said I was going to be concise, and then I got super derailed. Okay, so Trump administration proposing a $1.5 trillion with a T, $trillion military budget, and this is the stuff that they're planning on cutting to try to pay for it. All right, $510 million cut from grants for farmers and agricultural research, $82 million cut from loans for rural small businesses. That program is fully eliminated. $61 million support for farmers and food markets. That program is also fully eliminated. $240 million school meals and food education for children abroad. That program fully eliminated. $659 million community building grants. $47 million support for minority-owned businesses. That also fully eliminated. $449 million economic development grants for communities. $1.6 billion weather forecasting, fisheries, and coastal protection. That's NOAA, N-O-A-A. $1.6 billion cut from NOAA. $993 million cut from scientific research and technology standards. $150 million cut from support for American exports and trade. $2.2 billion broadband and internet access programs. $8.5 billion funding for public schools. $1.5 billion vocational training and adult education. That is fully eliminated, that program. $2.7 billion. If you want the names of these programs, by the way, they are all in the 2027 budget proposals. Joshua, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you, Joshua. Saying this as a white man, if white men didn't hate women and didn't vote for the child predator twice, we'd be in a, hold on one second. I'm assuming that's going to say a much better position. We'd be in a utopia at this point. Yeah. Thank you so much, Joshua. And I mean, that really is the case. Once you boil down these people's philosophies, they're not consistent on policy. They're not consistent on no new war. They're not consistent on anything. The only thing they're consistent on is hate. Okay? There are groups of people that they hate, and they're willing to cut off their nose to spite their face. Hold on. We have a request. Is it a Trump supporter? Do I have to interrupt? We can come back. Hi, welcome up.
Get a job, you fucking loser.
Why did you run? Oh no, he ran. Pat, you know what that means. They're so thin-skinned. Right? If you want to come up and attempt to insult me, at least like stay up, right? Roast me a little bit. Try to, what a weirdo.
Folks, we have a runner. That bitch ass was a runner. Said a few dumb things that they couldn't back up. Then they got real scared and then they gave up. That Smoothie was a runner. Bunner.
Interrupted the fall of America for that. Okay, back to what I was saying. So, reminder, $1.5 trillion military budget proposal. These are the things we're cutting. $2.7 billion college access and higher education support. $15.2 billion roads, bridges, and infrastructure projects. $1.1 billion home energy efficiency and clean energy programs. That program is fully eliminated. Nina, thank you so much for the $5. Many states, including red states, will not be able to afford SNAP come next year due to one big beautiful bill. Yes, that's true. There are so many effects of the one big beautiful bill that we're going to start to feel shortly. The fact that Trump, by the way, bragged about kicking people off of Medicaid, yeah, in his State of the Union, like he said, because of our policies, we've lifted millions of people off of Medicaid. When in reality, he kicked people off of Medicaid. But yeah, there's a lot of this becomes so frustrating to follow because it's every day. It's every day. There's something that we need to cover. Some monumental tragedy for this country. Okay. Is that? I want to say that's the last one. Okay. Here we go. Next. What else are we cutting for the $1.5 trillion? No new wars, by the way. $1.5 trillion. What else are we cutting here? 1.1 billion, the full program eliminated. Home energy efficiency and clean energy programs. 1.1 billion scientific research funding. Nice. Remember when we were remember when America owned the finish line? like Joe Biden said, well, now we're lagging behind. Why would we want to be in first when we can be in last? $386 million environmental cleanup programs, $150 million cutting edge clean energy research, $4 billion. This is a full elimination of LIHEAP. Okay, this is help paying home heating and cooling bills for low income families. $4 billion, the full elimination of LIHEAP. Jeff, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. It's almost like the GOP cuts taxes for the rich, which allows them to buy more stocks in weapons manufacturing. The GOP then increases the military budget, raises the stock price of weapons manufacturing, and the rich get even richer. IRL infinite money glitch. True. Yes. That's literally what they're doing to a T. I couldn't have said it better myself. Going to freeze the poor. Yeah. By the way, in the budget, their actual justification for this was rather than providing the assistance to low income families for their heating and cooling bills, they're just going to, because of their policies, energy costs are going to go down, so it'll be fine. That's literally how they proposed it. Okay, next. $768 million refugee resettlement assistance, $819 million care and shelter for migrant children, $775 million local anti-poverty programs. That entire program and department was eliminated with this cut, would be eliminated with this cut, $775 million. $5 billion public health programs, mental health services and disease prevention, $5 billion medical research, the NIH again. $129 million healthcare quality and safety research. Oh yeah, we don't need healthcare quality or safety. Why would we need that when we can just have big planes? Big planes. Okay. $356 million emergency preparedness and disaster response. Nice. Why would we want emergency preparedness and disaster response? Why would we want to prepare for emergencies when we can just have big planes? $1.3 billion FEMA community disaster preparedness grants. More. By the way, okay, I want to tell you all a quick story. So, the American Rescue Plan passed by the Biden administration. Okay? The American Rescue Plan provided a bunch of infrastructure funds for lower income counties to prepare for disasters. Okay? That was one of the many things in the American Rescue Plan. Okay? There's a county, I believe it was Kent County in Texas, that held multiple public forums deciding whether or not they should use these funds. Okay, one of the proposals for the use of those funds, it was a warning system, like a siren warning system for flash flooding. Okay, siren warning system for flash flooding. That was one of the many ways that they were proposing to use these funds. But the locals, who had been thoroughly brainwashed by Newsmax and by Russian grifters, not Russian grifters, American grifters paid by Russia. Their allegiances are with Russia. And right-wing grifters, right-wing liars, disingenuous conservatives, etc., etc. They've been so brainwashed, they refused to take that money because they believed the Facebook post that they saw from freedom.eagle.blog that said that if they used that money, Joe Biden would take their house. I swear to Christ. These clips exist, okay? I can pull all these clips up. This was Kent County in Texas, and this was their, it was almost like Pawnee. You guys know in Parks and Recreation when the Pawnee citizens would come in and ask questions? So, again, one of the ways that they would have used these funds would have been towards a flash flood siren system. Just a year or two later, we saw those children at that girls' camp die because they didn't know the flood was coming. Camp Mystic, thank you. Kerr County, thank you. Kerr, not Kent. Apologies. Kerr County. So this is a reminder that we're getting attacked from both sides. It's not just cutting the funding for this stuff. It's also the information attacks from bots, from grifters, from liars, just people willing to push their agenda by lying. And there's just millions of Americans that don't recognize misinformation, and the misinformation is dangerous in a lot of cases. We saw it with what was the hurricane? Was it Helene? What was the hurricane that ravaged western North Carolina? Someone remind me what the hurricane was. But because of the misinformation that was being spread by the right, people weren't accepting help from FEMA. They were chasing FEMA off. Really, really disgusting. Like, FEMA had to put out a page debunking false claims from the right. Anyway, and then blaming FEMA for not helping them. Yeah, of course. There was the very, very famous talking point that was disseminated, the patch update, the firmware update, where we're providing billions of dollars to Ukraine, but Kamala is only providing $750 to FEMA. And there's like 6 things wrong with that statement, but it was spread by everyone on X and on Facebook and on all the fucking boomer social media platforms. Okay, anyway. Where were we? $707 million cybersecurity protection for critical infrastructure. Not like we recently had a cyber attack from a foreign country. No. $52 million airport and transportation security. I mean, we're already not paying TSA half the time, so I guess why not? $40 million protection against chemical and biological weapons threats. $53 million funding for homeland security operations. $3.3 billion. $3.3 billion community development block grants. This program was fully eliminated. $3.3 billion. Or would be fully eliminated. This is the proposals for the 2027 budget. $1.3 billion affordable housing construction grants, fully eliminated. Do y'all remember when there was an election, okay? It was November 2024. We had 2 candidates. One candidate had an 82-page policy proposal just for the economy and taxes, all right? The other candidate had a 12-page proposal for his entire policy platform. Okay? In regards to cost of living, okay, because everyone was talking about the cost of living crisis. One candidate had a plan where we would incentivize the building of new homes so that more homes are on the market, which would lower the price. This is one of 4 major policies, right? One of 4 major policies to lower the cost of living. And the other candidate, tumbleweed, nothing. We're going to lower the cost of living by childcare is childcare. Whatever he said. I don't know what he said. Drill, baby, drill. Lower the cost of oil. We lower the cost of houses. I don't know. He said some whatever bullshit, right? And now we're actually doing the opposite. Cutting $1.3 billion from affordable housing construction grants. Why would we want affordable housing for our citizens? Why would we want that? Remember, the American dream for Republicans is work, work, work until you die. That's it. And keep raising the retirement age. Make sure that you can't afford to start a family. But make sure that people that can't afford to start a family are forced to, because we're forcing women to give birth against their will, right? Make sure everyone is barely surviving. And then they die. Love that. Love that for us. $393 million, programs to reduce homelessness. $529 million, housing assistance for people living with HIV/AIDS. This program was fully eliminated. $489 million, housing and services for Native American communities. $50 million, grants to help communities build more housing. That program was fully eliminated. $60 million, enforcement of fair housing laws. $58 million, home buyer and renter counseling, fully eliminated. Why would we want people to have resources before signing a 30-year contract, or in Trump's dream world, a 50-year contract, right? Why would we want them to have resources about that? Another fully eliminated program, $45 million, renewable energy development. $1.7 billion, local law enforcement and public safety grants. Back the blue, am I right? Back the fucking blue. $20 million, civil rights mediation and legal access fully eliminated. $1.6 billion, job training for at-risk youth fully eliminated. You know how they say we can't do anything about gun violence because of the Second Amendment and because it's a mental health crisis? It's always a mental health crisis. These young men, there's a mental health crisis. Okay, well, let's just cut $1.6 billion from job training for at-risk youth. Yeah, no, that'll help. LIHEAP saved my household multiple times through some tough years. Unreal. Yeah, I know several people that have taken advantage of LIHEAP in times where they couldn't afford to keep their houses heated. Okay. Where were we? $395 million, jobs for low-income seniors fully eliminated. Why do low-income seniors exist? They should just die. That is the Republican platform. $234 million, worker safety programs. Why would we want that? $101 million, equal pay and workplace protections. $46 million, anti-child labor programs abroad. Yeah, I mean, just say it with your chest. They never cared about kids. Certainly not kids abroad. Why would they care about that? $2 billion, international humanitarian aid. $1.2 billion, food aid abroad, fully eliminated. $4.3 billion, global health programs. Global health programs, by the way, believe it or not, if the rest of the world is healthy, that ends up being a good thing for the United States. I know for people on the left, like a lot of times you'd be okay with helping people just for the sake of helping people. But for conservatives as well, like this, that only care about yourselves. Or I wish, you know what? I swear, if all Trump supporters only cared about themselves, I don't think Donald Trump would still have support. The problem is most Trump supporters don't even care about themselves. It's worse than that. They only care about hurting people that they don't like. Because if they cared about themselves, they would not support Donald Trump anymore. Okay. Where are we? $2.7 billion, United Nations and international partnerships. $642 million, international economic programs. $315 million, democracy and anti-corruption programs. Well, I mean, that's a given. The fact that we're spending any on democracy and anti-corruption in the age of Trump. Come on. $486 million, public transit grants. $4.2 billion, EV charging infrastructure. $372 million, rural airline service. $145 million, sustainable infrastructure grants. $204 million, investment for underserved communities. $1.4 billion, IRS tax services. Now, this one is a fun one to look at because the bipartisan Congressional Budget Office, okay, studied the IRS return on investment for multiple years. And they determined that for every dollar invested in IRS operations, the U.S. Treasury makes back $5 to $9. So if we're trying to save money so that we can get our big planes, remember, $1.5 trillion military budget is why we're doing all this. We can get our big planes. If we're trying to save money, this is This is the opposite. This is like the banana that. Hold on. 1 second, chat.
Hey, do you want to go play skee ball?
Oh, boy. Well, this is the cash drawer. My dad's gonna come by at the end of the weekend, and the number of bananas has to match the amount of money in here.
Oh, so it all has to even out?
Exactly.
Easy. Banana. Buck. Banana. Take a buck.
R.I.P. Patrice O'Neill.
Now that we've got an employee, we could go have dinner. We throw away a banana for every buck we take so no one finds out.
Man, I think you should do that math again.
Why? Is it wrong?
It's fine. He's a narcissist, not an embezzler.
Yeah, so like we're doing the opposite of saving money with that one. Like throwing a banana away and then also stealing $1. Anyway, back to the list. $100 million air pollution programs, that's fully eliminated. Remember the clean air that Trump was bragging about? We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water. For long. Fully eliminated. Wait, hold on. Can we talk about my recommendations for a second? Okay, so Jubilee video makes sense. This is the Rokana one, and Santana's in it. Okay, we have SNL. Obviously, we watch a lot of political SNL. 1 hour of silence, occasionally broken by Luigi. I think we're going to play this in the background.
Yahoo!
Okay. Where were we? $1 billion EPA environmental grants. $2.5 billion clean water infrastructure. There we go. The clean air and the clean water. Just all for big plan. Just for more military spending. We already spend 10 times more than the next country. And he wants more, just more military spending. So really quick.
My administration is focused on ensuring crystal clean air and water. Under my administration, we've seen a significant drop in air pollution since 2007.
So really quickly, I don't know what crystal clean air is. And also, it turns out, this is going to be a shocker, but it turns out he was lying. Anyway, $90 million diesel pollution reduction. That program fully eliminated. $3.4 billion NASA science programs. No wonder the astronauts didn't want to fucking talk to him. $297 million from NASA innovation programs. $1.1 billion from the International Space Station. $143 million from STEM education. $309 million from small business development. $170 million SBA operations, and $158 million from small business loans. That's the full list of proposed cuts in the 2027 budget proposals from this administration, so that we can afford a $1.5 trillion military budget. Come on, Luigi, now's your time. All right. Well, I don't know about y'all, okay? I don't know about y'all, but I do think there was a difference going live in the middle of the day than at night. I think there was a different Dan, a little bit more of an energized Dan, more of a concise and analytical Dan, a little bit. I think I want to keep doing this. I think I want to do middle of the day Dan. but now maybe you don't want to pay for this. Maybe I will change my deductions. Okay, well, I do not endorse any activity like that, just so we're clear. Okay. Now there's no guests right now. You should try co-streaming with Parker or Dean if you're going to go live during the day again. So, okay. I definitely want to do more collabs. And certainly Parker, I think like top of my list for obviously there's people that I currently collab with a lot, like Erica and Nemo, and but for people that I haven't collabed with in a long time, at the top of the list would be Parker and Santana. We haven't done a collab with either of those two in a while. Not that there's anything. No offense to Dean. It's just I don't think Dean is. I don't know if I can get in touch with Dean like that. But I also want to do collabs with like non-debaters. I have some really really cool mutuals that I want to do like a. I don't know if we'll do an official podcast or whatever. I know we've always talked about the concept of a Dan, but do you guys know Sully Dog on TikTok? Like Delamomani. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Okay. So this guy right here, if you're not following, you need to be following this man. Okay. Really, really good videos. He doesn't go live though. Like he makes videos, which is totally fine. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's probably better than what I do. And what he does is he uses plastic cups to present statistics. Okay. Super cool dude. This is my backup, but on my main, we're mutuals, and he likes my videos. I like his videos. I'd love to have a conversation with this guy. I think he's super cool. I love what he does. But like at some point, we're back to the problem from last night, which is like organizing all this stuff requires more than the 2 days a week that I'm putting towards the lives. And leading up to the election, we did put 7 days a week towards it. But we should do a Joe. We've never done a Joey collab ever. That's another good one. You should try a Google phone from YouTube. Oh yeah, for more guests. That's actually it's on my to-do list. You know what we can do today, chat? Okay, for any okay. I have 3 separate to-do lists specifically for Dan Malik politics. Okay, most of them are just videos I would like to make. We could just go through them because some of them are outdated. Some of them maybe we could do on live. Fuck it, we're here. Hold on. I need to up the fan one step though. Okay, but yeah, this guy I would love to have a conversation with. Now, then we have less overtly political, but still on the right side of history creators. I don't know if I'm spelling this right. Yeah, this guy. So like a lot of his videos are just comedy videos, but every once in a while he does post about politics. As to be clear, when we're this close to losing our country to fascism, I don't care how unpolitical your content is. You really should be taking some kind of stand. All right, I'm not asking you to change your channel to a political channel, but I mean, like really big content creators really should speak out. I know I've seen some. I can't off the top of my head. Somebody can help me with who I'm thinking of, but I've seen some specifically come out in regards to ICE's activities, and I appreciate that. Somebody remind me of who that is that I'm thinking of off the top of my head. But yeah, thank you, Will.i.am. Yeah, so this guy, he's not overtly political, or he's probably started as a comedy channel, but has spoken out about this administration and the stuff that's going on. I'd love to have a conversation with this guy too. I feel like I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I'm trying to remember with I can't remember who, but yeah, on my main we're mutuals. Super like this guy. Then we can go a little bit further from politics. Okay. What's the Bogart channel? One Piece fans. What's his name? Bogart One Piece guy. This guy. Bogart guy. Okay? 250,000 followers. All right? I don't know that he's ever done anything political. Maybe like one or two videos pointing out. I think he's probably fact-checked like One Piece creators that were Trump supporters and explained why that's stupid. That might be the extent of it. But he's just a One Piece creator. When this man followed me back, okay, this was like a big deal for me because it was like my One Piece world connected with my political world. I don't know what we talk about. I mean, we probably talk about like the politics of One Piece. How the guy who writes One Piece has a picture of Che Guevara in his office. I don't know. This guy's cool, and I think it'd be cool to have a conversation with him. These are examples. One Piece is so political. Yeah. Connor Eats Pants is a big gaming streamer, and he's always beefing with JD Vance on Twitter, calling him. I've heard of Connor Eats Pants before. I used to watch Twitch like a few years ago. I feel like he was kind of in the big group of Twitch people. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Okay. What are we doing? The to-do list. Who's that guy that played Fortnite with Elon? Who was that? Who played Fortnite with Elon? Go check out his Twitter. He's been ratioing Republicans to death. See, I really like... There is a world, okay? There's a world that exists where I convert into like more of a like anime or gaming stream, but I am still political. I like the idea of the alt-left pipeline, okay? I hate that we're losing all of our young men to red pillars and grifters and shit like that. I really like the idea of the alt-left pipeline. So more people like Connor Eats Pants, who is a video game streamer, pushing back on Republicans is super cool to me. Same thing with Manny that we saw before. Okay. What were we just talking about? I'm sorry. I'm still let me get rid of the guest points thing. Okay. So I think that stuff would be super cool. Creators to collab with. Yeah.
Tell me where I can apply for free healthcare.
Chris, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Sorry, I'm just scrolling. I did not mean to do that. Okay. Atrioc. Oh. Okay. Atrioc. Now, I haven't followed him in a while. Just because I don't really follow anyone nowadays. But so Atrioc was somebody that I think is one of the sole examples, unless something new happened, to be clear, one of the sole examples of a creator like taking accountability for a really, really bad thing that they did and actually working towards making amends. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. This was a couple years ago, I think. The Question guy on Arc Raiders is one of the best. I don't know who that is. The Question guy. Oh, His name is Video Boy. Okay. Video Boy. Question. There's no way this is the right person. I might need a link. He asked them if they like Trump. Look up people, the question on ARC Raiders. Okay. ARC Raiders question. Asking the most difficult ARC Raiders trivia questions. Nope. ARC Raiders, what do you think about the Jews? I don't know. I don't think it's that one. All right, yeah. I'm gonna need a link or this is just not happening. I'm sorry. You play Arc Dan? No, I don't. His name is Video Boy, though. I know, but YouTube's algorithm is not helping me with Video Boy. Like the account that's just Video Boy is not it. They're probably on Twitch. You should do a collab with Milo Rossi. Oh, another thing I would like to do that's on a lot of my to-do lists is interviewing candidates. What's her name? Mary Alana Kinter? The Kinter? Maria Lana Kinter, yeah. So like I'm mutuals with this candidate. Where's Chrome? This is for Florida 7. So my state, not my district, but my state. It would be cool to do an interview like that. Also, we could try to shoot for the stars and interview like bigger candidates. Now the problem with that is I need to be more consistent and more you know how on the Jubilee with Ro Khanna, Santana went to sit down and Ro knew his name. He said, "Good to see you, Santana." You got to be on that level, I think, to pull like the governor candidates, or the Senate candidates. Matt and Nemo just had their first candidate appearance the other day. Yeah, like Matt is super consistent and he does an amazing job. You can do it, Dan. Allison interviews governor candidates in Nevada. That's awesome. I didn't even know that. Most of the things I've seen from Allison lately, I haven't caught her lives in so long, but are the clips of her asking conservatives like, okay, in your ideal world, you have 15 years of conservative candidates and conservative policy. What's changed? And their answers are not good. Yep, guy running for Mike Johnson's seat. Ah, very interesting. Okay, we probably have to turn off gift sounds, but but other than that, okay. Where were we? I'd love for you to have Mary Peltola. Oh my god, I would love to interview Mary Peltola. Dan, check live chat. Okay. I am getting hungry. So for those that don't know, I usually, most days, do intermittent fasting where I only drink black coffee until I break my fast. But last night I stayed up too late and the schedule is weird, so I'm not even sure when the last time I ate was. Yeah, she had a few videos at Carson City and stuff with candidates. Okay, live chat. Oh, it is the person that came up. I just assumed that it wasn't because they had no subscribers on YouTube, but I guess they're big on other platforms. Okay. All right, here we go. Hold on, I'm going to lower the volume on that.
Hey buddy, listen up, listen up. I'll let you live if you can answer me one simple question. That is what? How do you feel about Donald Trump?
Wait, I've seen one of this guy's videos before.
He's King Donald. Not just Donald Trump, he's King Donald Trump. He's the king.
Good night, my friend.
Thank you for your Bobcat. Your Bobcat 4. If you want to live, you just gotta answer me one question. You're just gonna kill me, it's fine. No. If you actually answer my question correctly, I'll revive you, my friend. Just gonna kill me. What's your question? Alright, how do you feel about
Donald Trump.
That's my boy. Alright, brother, I'm gonna have to catch it.
On the flipper dipper, man.
Okay. Yeah, that guy's funny. All right. Oh, quick question for the for I guess for everybody, but it's mostly for TikTok. So I decided to lift everything up a little bit. Okay. Obviously it's just blank here at the bottom, but I think that makes chat a little bit easier to see. I've always been like super skeptical about putting stuff on top because of how much bullshit is at the top of TikTok's interface. But like, I'm pretty sure that y'all can still see most of that, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, good. Good. All right. Now, for YouTube and Twitch, there is an extra top of my camera over there. Now, the reason for that is because sometimes when I zoom in on TikTok so people can read, it will go past where my camera starts. So I figured this is the best of both worlds. I hope that's okay. Can see all of it. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, next things next. Let me go ahead and shout out. I know I haven't done this the past two lives. I'm sorry, everybody, but we're going to shout out the top 3 likers. Shout out to Valerie, Kathy, and Kit. Thank you so much for being the top 3 tappers in the first 2 hours of the live. I'm going to do a quick reset on that. Thank you so much, Valerie, Kathy, and Kit. Dan, do you watch? Yes, I do watch him, and he's great, but I don't think I'm mutuals with him. Let me check. Let me check. Yeah, no, I'm not mutuals with him yet. Okay.
Yahoo!
Yo, I totally forgot. Totally forgot. Holy shit. Okay. You know what, actually, speaking of Allison, that would be a good collab. Because I've always wanted to ask that question. I think, like, while so much of what we're talking about is like Trump-specific stuff and MAGA-specific stuff and fascism-specific stuff, I think also pointing out that conservatism has always been dog shit is important. Because if we do ever get out of this, I need people to remember that it was never right to vote for Republicans. Like, George W. Bush was a really bad president. It's just that Donald Trump makes him look like Abraham fucking Lincoln. So like that would be a fun collab with Allison doing the 15 years of conservatism. What does America look like question? I think that could be cool. All right. Let me clear up some of these tabs here. Okay, so we read about the Strait of Hormuz being closed again, right? I think we did that at Start Alive. You ever collab with Pickles? It's been a while. But yeah, we've collabed a few times. Okay. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. You're all going to join me in going through my TikTok to-do list. I think there's 3 of them. Okay, there's my actual to-do list. There's an email thread where I keep emailing myself, and then there's me Facebook messaging myself. Okay. We're going to start with the Facebook one. Let me see here. Now ones that are no longer relevant, I'll ignore. And then what I'm going to do is I'll add the ones that are still relevant that I want to do content about or whatever to the actual to-do list. Okay, so first, what do we have here? This is
not create more red tape. But I do want to move on because
no. But we've also wanted to put in work requirements, which somehow that was very popular under Bill Clinton, was popular under President Obama, and this Democratic Party blew out the deficit in 2020, and they never want to bring it back. But work requirements even poll well with the median Democratic voter, maybe not the fringe.
Okay, so I sent this to myself in August. So it's been a while. What you're listening to is Scott Bessent on State of the Union with Dana Bash, forgetting that the president in 2020 was Donald Trump. Is it worth making a video about that? I don't think so. It was in August. We're not even talking about the big beautiful bill anymore. Okay. Dana Fash. Wait. I don't know any of her politics. So the only thing I know is that her and John King used to be married, and they both still work at CNN, and I feel like that's got to be awkward. But okay, next one. This one I sent to myself September.
People could have been saying, what do you say to those?
Oh wait, you know what? All right. Should I leave up the caption and see if we get any Trump supporters, or should I change the caption to what we're actually doing? She's super pro-Israel. Got you.
Families.
Well, I think.
And they also say that people could have been saying, what do you say to those families?
Well, I think everyone did an incredible job under the circumstances. This was, I guess Christie said, a 1 in 500, 1 in 1,000 years. And I just have admiration for the job that everybody did. There was just admiration. Only a bad person would ask a question like that, to be honest with you. I don't know who you are, but only a very evil person would ask a question like that.
This is a very interesting coincidence because we haven't talked about the Camp Mystic flooding tragedy in a while, and we just talked about it today. This clip is referring to families that are concerned about the delay in regards to flood warnings. And he's essentially saying that anyone that would ask that question is evil. I mean, I don't think probably not relevant right now. When you fuck over the EPA. Yeah. The thing about that is we could do a whole video on the ARPA funds, right? The like the how they could have had they could have used the funds for like a siren system. We could do a video on that. So in that regard, we could okay, I'm saving this clip. I'm saving this one. Okay. Do list. Okay. On the to-do list, it's called Dan Malik content. All right. What I'm going to do is what I used to do is I just posted the link, but instead I'm going to post what it is and then in the details post the link. I'm using Google Calendar for this. Okay, or Google Tasks rather. All right. So this is Trump Texas flooding. All right, and then I will put the link. There we go. All right, next one. So this one is no longer relevant, but I am going to show y'all because I think it's important. This is just an example of how like this example of what people on the right, how they spread misinformation. So I saw a lot of this or very, very, very similar on X and on Facebook and shit like that. This was after Renee Good was murdered by ICE. So it says signed into law by Governor Tim Walz on July 23rd, 2020. And it has Minnesota statutes, and it has the section and all that. If a driver accelerates towards an officer standing in front of a vehicle, this creates an immediate life-threatening danger. The officer doesn't need to wait until impact. They can act based on apparent intent and proximity. Yeah, this is a lie, okay? But something that propagandists have gotten really good at is taking something that has a seed of truth and banking on the fact that no one's going to. First of all, people aren't going to look it up, but if they do look it up, they won't actually look into it further. So this statute does exist. It was a part of a bill signed by Tim Walz on July 23rd, 2020. And the statute does mention vehicles. However, all of this part, this is just purely made up. Completely made up. And this is one where like it was spread to the mass. It started from I don't know who said, maybe Elon, I don't know, but it disseminated. They all got their firmware update, and it was like the same fucking post or a little bit different, and it was all just a lie. It was just you Google that. If you Google that statute, you see that it doesn't say what they're claiming it says. So, you know what? That actually might be a decent video talking about the way they spread misinformation. Even though the story is a little bit outdated, although the fact that ICE murdered at least 3 American citizens and we're just not even talking about it anymore is horrifying to me. Are they even investigating the killings of Keith Porter and Renee Good and Alex Preddy? Meanwhile, DeSantis passes the student T group bill, and they don't care about that. Did you see the ex-MAGA woman that confirmed that their talking points are astroturfed? No, I didn't see that. Okay, so what do we do with this? This one's not a link, it's just a picture. I don't know, this is... Okay, let me go ahead and I'll do that. I'll go this is Renee Good misinfo example. Okay. We can make a video about how the right disseminates misinformation. All right, next. What's this one?
Want a regime change.
The United States should not be
But our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change.
The United States should not be intervening to overthrow these dictators and these regimes that we don't like. There are bad people in the world, but history has shown us that every time the United States goes in and topples these dictators we don't like, trying to act as the world's police, we end up increasing the suffering of the people in these countries. We end up causing loss of life, both American lives and the lives of people in these countries. We end up undermining our own security.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change.
We are just going to take out the Ayatollah. Oh, really? What comes next? What comes after regime change? Might be, oh, well, we need a small number of U.S. troops to support the new regime.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
I don't even know. I think I could post a video of just me silent listening to that. That one's wild. This is the part of the show where we check our Dan's drafts. Okay. All right, we're gonna add the subs. Okay. MAGA. Hypocrisy on Iran. Iran. Okay. Next. What do we got? Dan Bongino. Oh boy.
Size is cancer from our movement right now. It's our movement, okay? It's ours. We built it. Some of us ran for office on it. We knocked on doors for it. We donated to it. We gave speeches for it. We showed up at events. We showed up at rallies. We showed up at every single parade possible. I'm trying to get people to support this cause of freedom and liberty. We are in a really dangerous spot. I have never, in my 10 plus years now doing this, I've seen it bad, but I've never seen it this bad. This portion of people who claim to be part of our movement and our cause, who think it's edgy or cool to talk about how much they hate the Jews, and just so we're crystal clear, so you can shut the up right now about this bullshit. I am not talking about foreign affairs or a foreign government, the government of Israel. You don't like Netanyahu? That is absolutely your right. Make the case, bro. I'm also not talking about censorship. You want to go out there and talk about how much...
Okay. Now, I think the reason I saved this was I wanted to point out that for those members of the MAGA movement that aren't anti-Semitic, they knew who was in their movement. I don't know if they forgot Charlottesville and the chance of Jews will not replace us. They knew. They didn't care. You don't get to now try to disavow the Nick Fuenteses of the world after there's non-anti-Semitic MAGA. Yeah, there's the pro-genocide MAGA, of course, who will claim that the reason they support Israel is because they support Jewish people. When in reality, they support Israel because they're told to support Israel. But yeah. Anyway. That's actually a really good point. I don't know. I don't know that there technically is anti-Semitic MAGA. To me, there's Zionist MAGA and Islamophobic MAGA. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I want to make that video. We'll skip that one. The comments are wild though, bro. Oh my god. The comments are all fucking conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk and basically saying that Dan Bongino is being paid by Israel, and it's like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Next one. Kash Patel gutted FBI counterintelligence team tasked with tracking Iranian threats days before U.S. strikes. Oh! Fuck. I should have made this video when this was March 3rd. Okay, hold on. We're going to read this article really quick. Okay, Kash Patel gutted FBI counterintelligence team tasked with tracking Iranian threats days before U.S. strikes. FBI Director Kash Patel fired a dozen agents and staff members from a counterintelligence unit tasked with monitoring threats from Iran, according to two sources familiar with the matter. They were ousted for a simple reason. Each was involved in the investigation of President Donald Trump's alleged retention of classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Remember, with this administration, it's all about loyalty, not competence. That's why we see incompetent people like Kash Patel and like Kristi Noem and like Pete Hegseth being elevated to these huge positions of power. As a result, Patel hamstrung the Washington, D.C.-based FBI counterintelligence unit known as CI-12, which handles cases ranging from mishandling of classified documents to tracking foreign spies operating on U.S. soil. The dismissals have added to concern inside the Justice Department and FBI that counterterrorism and intelligence investigations in the wake of the military operation in Iran could be hampered by a mass exodus of national security experts, according to multiple sources familiar with the matter. And like the CI-12 unit, several senior officials were ousted or reassigned because of their involvement in Trump-related investigations, sources say. The removals have cost the Justice Department and FBI decades of combined experience in identifying the types of threats sources say could appear in the wake of Operation Epic Fury. The Justice Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The FBI declined to comment. So, I mean, this might be relevant in... What would the video have to be? Because obviously it's not a news video, because this is from March 3rd. First, if we were going to use this in a video, it would be pointing out our lack of preparedness. Share responsibly, confirm sources. Oh, does TikTok not like CNN? What the fuck happened? How long does that stay up, chat? The fake news banner, how long does that stay up on TikTok? Is it 10 minutes or is it permanent? Because I'll reset. I don't give a fuck. I'll reset. I think 10 minutes. Okay. All right. And we're just going to keep going. Dan, did you see the Z was interviewed alongside Nick Fuentes in the New York Times? Alongside Nick Fuentes? Hold on. What was the article about? After Charlie Kirk's death, a fight for the youth vote. Okay, well, New York Times is making me pay for this. 1 second. All right, Malik, I'll get it loaded up. Wait, did you send me a link? Because YouTube is not helping me with the search on that. Okay. After Charlie Kirk's death, a fight for the youth vote, a fledgling Democratic group, and the far-right white nationalist Nick Fuentes seek to make gains on college campuses that have been recently dominated by Turning Point USA. This is such a wild... What timeline are we in, chat? What timeline is this? Nicholas J. Fuentes left, the 27-year-old white supremacist, and Z. Cohen Sanchez, the founder of Democratic organization National Ground Game, are competing against Turning Point USA for young voters in what will be the first election since Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay, spoiling for a fight, or at least an argument worthy of a viral video. The liberal radio host Brian Shapiro sidled up to a folding table where two members of Turning Point USA's Arizona State University chapter were disseminating literature about the conservative group and its founder, Charlie Kirk. I'd like to ask you some questions about Turning Point, Mr. Shapiro said as a colleague began to record the encounter. Did you agree with Charlie on, like, I was going to say, did you agree with Charlie on most of this stuff? The two students looked at each other. I'm here representing our organization, one of them finally said, making clear he was not interested in any video, viral or otherwise. We don't make comments on things. Okay, that's cool, Mr. Shapiro said, quickly backing off. The radio host was in Arizona at the behest of National Ground Game, a fledgling Democratic organization, and as a foot soldier in what he... Oh no, not boots on the ground, chat. And as a foot soldier in what has become a messy battle for the youth vote in the 2026 midterms and beyond. In what will be the first election cycle since Mr. Kirk's assassination last September, and with President Trump's support among young voters rapidly eroding, the fight for the country's youth pits three forces against one another. Turning Point USA remains formidable, but is struggling to maintain its influence. Nick Fuentes, the 27-year-old white nationalist, is urging his followers to either stay home in November or vote for Democrats in hopes that Mr. Trump's MAGA coalition will collapse and potentially give way to a more extremist Republican Party. And National Ground Game is seeking... By the way, if that sounds crazy to you, that's how accelerationist Jill Stein supporters and non-voters sound. That's how you guys sound. Yeah, we'll let fascism win. We'll let Trump get elected. But then after that, we'll get our communist utopia. That's how you sound. Anyway, I'll say that again. Okay, I'll say it again. Okay, Nick Fuentes is urging his followers to either stay home in November or vote for Democrats in hopes that Mr. Trump's MAGA coalition will collapse and potentially give way to a more extremist Republican Party. Yes, more extreme than Trump. And National Ground Game is seeking to replicate Turning Point on college campuses, but has its work cut out for it. The political climate for winning back Mr. Trump's share of the youth electorate would seem to favor Democrats. Polls indicate that the president is losing support among young voters who helped him capture the swing states of Arizona and Wisconsin in 2024. A national survey conducted by The Economist and YouGov in February, roughly 3 weeks before the start of the Iran war, concluded that Mr. Trump's approval rating among voters age 18 to 29 was 25%, half of what it was a year earlier. National Ground Game is seeking to exploit these vulnerabilities, even as polls show that voters give Democrats in Congress record low approval ratings. The group is still finding its way, and its visit to Arizona State in Tempe, the first in a month-long swing through college campuses, did not go as planned. But Turning Point and Mr. Fuentes have plenty of challenges of their own. Hold on, before I keep reading. So they're not interviewed side by side. It's just that they're being profiled side by side by New York Times, right? No, they know each is featured. Oh, okay. Yeah, so far that's what it seems like. National Ground Game arrived at Arizona State in the early afternoon of March 23rd, only to be informed by a student official that it did not have the proper permit to be there. Upon learning that Turning Point would be hosting an event on campus that evening, National Ground Game's founder proposed that the two groups engage in a debate. She was rebuffed by Turning Point associate, who said their event was for Arizona State students only. Instead, the Democratic group staged its own debate that evening in a rented office warehouse between one of its influencers, Stephen Bennell, which is Destiny, and a few conservative students. About a dozen people showed up to see Mr. Bennell, known online as Destiny, argue that Mr. Trump's tariffs were hurting the U.S. economy. Thank you, Luigi, for that. 1 hour of silence occasionally broken by Luigi. Okay. Where were we? Argue that Trump's tariffs were hurting the U.S. economy and that Kamala Harris would not have invaded Iran and had she been president. Inauspicious as the debut was, Turning Point's Pick Up the Mic event that same evening, also lacked the rat-a-tat Socratic pyrotechnics that had made Mr. Kirk a sensation. I'm not sure Charlie Kirk was using the Socratic method properly, if that's what you want to call it. Also, Pick Up the Mic is a better name for an event than their other event, the Make Heaven Crowded event, which genuinely sounded like some Jim Jones shit. It sounded like some mass self-unaliving cult situation. The Make Heaven Crowded. You know that's real, right? I'm not making that up. This is Turning Point USA's actual tour name. Make Heaven Crowded. 2026. They're going to be in Dallas on the 29th. Let's see. Anything? Huh. All right. Anyway, okay. About 70 students attended, a sliver of the crowds that Mr. Kirk once drew. Even their most pointed questions, why was the Trump administration so reluctant to release the Epstein files, was Mr. Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, a CIA operative, met with long-winded and non-confrontational rejoinders. Wait, hold on. A rejoinder is a quick, witty, or critical reply to a remark, often serving as a comeback or retort.
Rejoinder.
Okay. Met with long-winded and non-confrontational rejoinders by Turning Point podcasters on stage, Jack Posobiec and Blake Neff. I don't know who Blake Neff is, but Jack Posobiec, I do not like that guy. Oh my God. If we're replacing Charlie Kirk with Jack Posobiec, I think that's a problem. I think that's a big problem. Turning Point officials acknowledge that their influence over the youth vote has become more tenuous this year. At minimum, young voters are conflicted over the war in Iran, and how the Epstein files were handled. This is from Turning Point's group chief field officer. Those issues are causing divisions for young people who are already concerned about affordability, AI, and whether their college degree is worth going into debt over. And this is a long fucking article. Okay, so I don't know. I kind of don't feel like reading this anymore. Okay, so they're both featured in this article. I mean, I think that's a bit of a nothing burger. I just wanted to ask, do you think it's beneficial to platform Destiny? Oh, it's wait, oops, Fuentes. Do I think it's beneficial to platform Fuentes? So usually not. A vast majority of the time, no. However, I am a firm believer in responsible platforming. I think if someone like Nick Fuentes is gaining traction as they are, I don't think it would be a bad thing to debunk some of their talking points, but you would need to be prepared to do that. So like, I'm not going to say 100% of the time, because like just not platforming hate doesn't make it disappear. But generally, if you are not prepared for a conversation with someone like that, then you're likely going to do more harm than good. Does it legitimize him, though? See, I've heard that argument. And the problem is, he's already been legitimized. He had a meeting with then candidate and former president, but now current president, Donald Trump, right? He's being legitimized in the media by New York Times, right? Like, at that point, I think there reaches a point where, like, we platform grippers all the time. I mean, we try not to, but they just show up. But, like, I guess it's like, there's a point where it needs to be addressed, right? Where a problem has gotten too big that it needs to be addressed. Like, if Nick Fuentes was just, a small creator on Rumble or whatever, and then you used your big platform to have a conversation with them or debate them, that would probably be a bad thing. But Nick Fuentes already has received mainstream legitimacy, as it were. So how do you legitimize something illegitimate? Yeah, so that's my take on that. Personally, I'm probably at odds with a lot of other creators on the left. Like I don't know that there's anyone that I wouldn't platform, anyone influential. I guess that's the best way to put it. If there's someone influential, I don't think that there's a problem with platforming anyone like that, as long as you platform them responsibly. So, for example, there's a really good example. There was some Dude Bro podcast. I don't know what their names are. Somebody in chat can help me out with this. That interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, do y'all know what interview I'm talking about? It's two guys. I want to say one of them's name starts with an ST, like Stymie or something. The Nelk Boys? Is that what? Okay, the Nelk Boys. All right. That is an example of very, very irresponsible platforming. Okay, they didn't push back on 99% of the things he said, and they asked him about like if he liked McDonald's or Burger King or whatever. Really, really bad platforming. Now, I personally think Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, but if I had the opportunity to interview him, I would take a couple weeks to prepare. I would deep dive into the history of Israel and Palestine, but I would do that. And the same would go for other war criminals like Donald Trump. I think I'd probably need less time to prepare for that one for two reasons. One, because Trump is way dumber than Netanyahu, and two, because I'm already a bit of an expert on U.S. politics at the moment. At least enough of an expert to debunk anything Donald Trump would say. But whoever it is, and Nick Fuentes, obviously less so. I would be less excited to do something like that. He'll hit you with, what a nasty question, Dan. But I think I don't think it would be bad. I think if somebody like went through the actual research process of watching his content and seeing what his points are, what is converting a generation of young men to become incels and shit, and then being able to responsibly push back on that, like I would be down to do that, or at least I wouldn't side eye somebody that would do that responsibly. What a nasty question, Dan. You never smile. You should smile more. Yeah, my issue is platforming someone without pushing back. Yeah. So I guess my official, after going through my brain thoughts and stuff, my official stance is I would be against platforming like really, really evil views like that. However, as long as the person has influence and you platform them responsibly, aka you're prepared to debunk their lies or push back against their rhetoric, then I don't have a problem with it. Would you platform older millennial? Yeah, I guess. Oh shit. The little banner was for Dean. Someone sent a universe to Dean. Dean Withers. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not like I'm not personally looking for for conversations with these disgusting people, but yeah, like I wouldn't be against other debaters or creators that platform these people, assuming they do it responsibly, and again, assuming they have influence. If you're platforming like 5 follower Twitter accounts that are neo-Nazis, and now they're at 20 followers or whatever, that's obviously a bad idea. And then if you're also if you're platforming people with influence, but you don't know the history, you don't know the fact checks or whatever, that's also irresponsible platforming. So like, I mean, I guess, you know, functionally, like 90+% of the time, I would be against platforming these people. Anyway, what were we doing? Oh, we stopped reading that article. Oh, we were going through our to-do list, right? I'm getting hungry, though. We might have to cut this short. Dan, you should platform older millennial right now. You will not replace us, Dan. Bro, who is us? Who is the us that you're talking about? All right.
Yahoo!
Thank you, Luigi. Toys R Us. Okay, next one. Oh, right. So Kash Patel gutting the FBI. The counterintelligence in Iran. I mean, that's something that the non-white. Where would we be replacing you, Leo? Here, I'll send you an invite. Let's talk. White supremacist is too afraid to talk. Quaking in his boots. Is Xavier Becerra a good pick for governor? I have heard good things. I have not done a deep dive into the California governor's race because I don't live in California. But maybe I should. I mean, it's the biggest state. The only people I know a little bit more than baseline about is Tom Steyer, because he ran for president before, and Katie Porter, because I think she ran for Senate, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think she ran for Senate, or is that? Well, either way, I knew her from her terms in the House. Okay. Well, you know what? What was this person's name? Leo. Leo, if you're too afraid to come up on a TikTok panel, you might just get replaced by default. I'm sorry. You're just I mean, you don't seem to have the wherewithal or the fortitude to prevent being pushed out. Can you share your thoughts about Tom Steyer? Because I think the last thing needed is a billionaire. Okay, so I have not followed him since the 2020 election. However, assuming he hasn't changed, then I feel like he probably is saying the same stuff. Tom Steyer is my favorite billionaire. Now that being said, that's like saying, like, who's your favorite bowel movement? But so a big thing about Tom Steyer is he said he wasn't born a billionaire and he's not going to die a billionaire. He already has commitments to donate a ton of his money. But more importantly, one of the big things he advocates for is increasing taxes on people like himself. And so far, I haven't personally seen anything inconsistent about his philosophy on that. Like, I haven't seen anything to make me think, well, he'll change his mind or something. He's a billionaire. That being said, not Joey getting frame mogged by Giga Chad Dan Malik with no soft maxing. Wait, I don't know what this means. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean that I would put him ahead of other qualified candidates like Katie Porter or Becerra. However, like, it's not one of those situations where, like, if it was him versus a Republican and I lived in California, I'm voting for Tom Steyer. I'm crawling through glass to vote for Tom Steyer. So those are my thoughts on Tom Steyer. You don't have platform and most of your followers are cat ladies. I don't need your platform, bro. I don't even know what are you saying? What are you trying to say? Right? You come in and say, non-whites will not replace us. And when I ask for any clarity on that, you have nothing. What does replacing you even mean? Like, I understand you're having trouble finding a white woman to procreate with because women find you disgusting in general, of all races. I get that. But don't take that out on me or other people that aren't white. I don't even know if I qualify as non-white, to be honest. Like, by the United States would define my race as white or Caucasian. So I don't know if I can even necessarily say that I'm non-white, but don't take it out on cats, bro. I'm a dog woman, so get that straight, Leo. Dan, live chat. What's going on in live chat? Destiny will be in a reality TV show created by Xavier DeRusso. Who is Xavier DeRusso? That's not Xavier Becerra. It's a different Xavier. Called Party Lines. Oh, wait. This is the trailer? I might have already seen this. Like months ago. I might have already seen this. I mean, I can play it for y'all. It's wild. Still banned on Amazon's Wait, that's actually wild. Imagine being banned on Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, but then being in a show funded by Amazon Prime. What? Play it, please. Okay. 1 second. Oh my god, wait, is that what's her face? What's the girl that just keeps getting humiliated by Dean over and over again? Blonde girl. She said she was okay with slavery. I shouldn't say girl, woman. Emily Wilson. Yeah, is this Emily Wilson in the trailer?
You elected a literal socialist to run the global center of capitalism.
We're talking about giving the Nobel Peace Prize to a guy who is declaring war on his own cities.
Your job was like the first lady. That's not even a real job. You just support your gay husband.
It's Xavier Day.
It's Xavier Week.
Like,
Yeah.
the only reason you're choosing to go meet up with your friend Amber Rose while we're filming a reality show is because you weren't in the show.
Cheers.
America is unwell.
The ice is back in town!
Now I run your show. Can't even run your diet. Get the fuck out of here.
I miss Charlie. This is America. Everyone has guns, you know. We're the counter organization to Turning Point USA.
We sliding! We sliding!
I try to be the gateway drug. Thirst trap them in a little bit.
He's a liar, and he lied to everyone.
I do not want to crawl back to being a corporate whore.
I don't want this to get ghetto. It's stressful out here, being black and Republican.
You accidentally said slavery was okay.
What is wrong with you?
I'm actually authentic. People change. You stay this fucking same because you just want to get a check. That's all you care about.
I'm as real as my hair.
Thank you.
If I were Israel, I wouldn't even provide matching socks to Gaza.
Walk
with me.
With all due respect, I'm not gonna call a grown man Destiny. His name is Steven.
Nice big breaths, okay?
Twitter's a mental hospital.
My entire brand just fell apart. Like,
I did not come from the trenches to sit here and be a fucking pedestrian.
You do have to have a screw loose to do politics for a living.
Excuse me, but what the fuck was that? One of the comments says, "Who are these people? Is that guy a gay black Republican?" And then it says, "He has been on Piers a bunch of times," and yes. Okay, well. Chat, if you had to choose watching the full Party Line series or attending a Make Heaven Crowded event, pew pew to your head. I'll make Heaven Crowded off. Just nuke us at this point. Take me out now.
Hello, Dan.
Hey, what's up?
That just reminded me, and I wanted to bring up all the people that called out other people for grifting on TikTok, politics or whatever, are now either in a political show, not doing politics, or somewhere in the middle. It was like all the people that called out others for grifting have been proven to be grifters themselves.
You know what they say? Every accusation is a confession.
Damn right.
To be fair, Dan is a known grifter. Wait, did somebody... where's the voice clip? Max started quoting that randomly. I'm a grifter, I do it for the money, but I don't remember where it is in the Discord. It's somewhere. Anyway.
Ready. Bye.
Love you. Bye. But why the surgery and why the cut to Destiny like he was in the ER? I have no idea what the situation is with that one. Should I put that on a shirt? Okay. I'm gonna need to either get another cup of coffee or get something to eat. So I'm gonna play something for y'all. I don't know what it is yet. Let me see. Let me see here. Oh shit! This is from yesterday. I could put this on.
To be this evening. You know, that robot talking back to me?
All right, this is Pete Buttigieg in Wichita, Kansas. I will be RB. Here, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna take this. Oh, but the BRB's got to move up. Okay, hold on. There we go. Dan will be right back.
I was thinking about actually one of the first times I ever talked to a statewide Democratic audience outside of Indiana was in Kansas for Washington Days. That must have been almost a decade ago when you all invited me over. Nobody had heard of me. I don't know why you invited me, but it was a great time. And I was thinking the last time I was here in an official capacity, it was making sure that the roads and the airports and all the transportation systems of this state got better. I barely made it in today. My first flight was delayed, and then I missed my second flight. And the only way I got another flight was the flight from last night got delayed. It was so late that I was able to hop on it. I thought, that never would have happened when I was in charge. I'm just kidding. It was bad weather. But I will say, you know, I remember being here visiting the construction site of an EV battery factory, standing on the dirt while they were putting the roof overhead. And I just went to look up how that's going, and how that's going is there's about 1,000 manufacturing jobs in Kansas that weren't there before, and there's going to be more where that came. So I love being here. I love being in a place that takes food as seriously as you do. Had a chance to visit the commercial kitchen and Empower and see what the entrepreneurs are doing there and taste a little bit of what they're up to. I remember, I know we're a little ways from Kansas City, but I remember when I was mayor, they invited me to be a guest judge in a Kansas City Barbecue Society event. And I thought, okay, that's nice, you know, I'll taste something and say I think this is good. Then they handed me the manual. I have seen federal regulations with less intensity than the judging manual. It had to 3 decimal places the penalty assessed for a pooling or sauce violation. I really knew they meant business when one of the actual judges walked away from the stand and had his KCBS Kansas City Barbecue Society judge ID number tattooed on his cap. You all mean business. But look, most of all, I love being able to speak with fellow Democrats in a place where people don't always appreciate just how many Democrats there actually are. We get to remind each other that there is no such thing as a permanently red state.
That's right.
Look at your governor. Look at your great leaders. Friends of mine like Sharice Davids. Look at what you all did just a few years ago to make clear in 2022 that this is a state that believes that a woman makes her own health care decisions. Democrats are the kind of people who understand that the flag and our patriotic allegiance to it are not the property of one political side, that all of us are loyal to the republic for which it stands. That's exactly why we're out here. You're my kind of Democrats who understand that God does not belong to a political party in the United States of America. Nor can I imagine imagine any leader we support telling the Pope what he ought to do on matters of theology. That's crazy. He's been Catholic about as long as I've been middle-aged, and he thinks he can lecture the Pope on Catholic theology. Anyway. One other thing here in the Midwest, I know how it feels to be overlooked by leaders in general, and let's face it, sometimes by national leaders in our own party.
Yes.
I remember when I got to college on the East Coast, because I grew up in a town where they told you that if you wanted to be something, you had to leave. And as soon as I got there, that's when I realized for the first time how Midwestern I actually was. I began to feel this kind of defiant pride in where I came from. Especially when a well-meaning friend told me she could never keep straight whether it was Idaho or Indiana that I was from. I realized I was from here, because out here in flyover country, we know how to do politics the right way, a different way. We know how to stick to our guns because we're sometimes in the minority. We also know how to disagree without being jerks about it. We know that the measure of a leader or a policy isn't whether they conform to some ideological test. It's whether what they're doing actually works or whether it doesn't work. And right now, in too many parts of the national leadership of this country, things don't work. To put it mildly. I could give a whole speech, maybe 10, about everything that's wrong right now with the country and the people running it. I could talk about the insult to freedom that comes from federal troops roving around American cities, demanding people show their papers while refusing to show their own faces. Putting people into detention over an op-ed they wrote, shooting American demonstrators, and then getting caught lying about what happened. These aren't things that just ought to worry people who are left of center. They ought to outrage every American, left, right, and center alike. I can talk about the corruption that we're facing right now. A first family that has made billions of dollars off the presidency. Making this into a country where your ability to get your way in Washington has to do with whether you can afford the entry fee for a club, literally a millionaire's club owned personally by the president, where it costs $1 million just to get in. Or write a big check for a gilded ballroom being built for elegant dinner parties for those same millionaires. I could talk about that all night. Or I could talk all night about the madness of going into a new war in the Middle East that we didn't have to be in. The way that makes me feel as somebody who remembers what it was like stepping onto a C-17 with a bunch of my friends and a one-way ticket to a war zone, praying that the people who sent us there knew what they were doing. I could talk about personnel, what it means for our health secretary not to believe in modern medicine, or an education secretary committed to eliminating the Department of Education, or my successor in charge of regulating airlines being a former airline industry lobbyist, a senior official at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which sounds pretty important, claiming that he was once teleported to a Waffle House. Not making that up. Or just yesterday, the Secretary of the Treasury being asked about why people don't feel so good about our economy, and saying, well, in their heart of hearts, they feel good. They just won't say so. Okay. I could talk about the explosion of inequality in this country to levels we haven't seen in more than a century, and about how much damage that's doing. I could talk about inflation, higher today than on this president's first day, even though the #1 promise was to cut prices. About the $1,000 on average that an American family is paying in tariffs right now. About gas prices up, power bills up, mortgage rates up, and the economy slowing down. We could talk all day and all night about what's wrong, but I'd rather focus on something different. And that's how much better things could be. If there's one thing I want you to walk out of here remembering, it's that it doesn't have to be this way. It could be so much better. And if there's a second thing I want you to leave remembering, it's that you've got more power than they want you to think. So picture something with me. Picture the first day that the sun comes up over Kansas after the current president has left the political scene for good.
So a couple things. I totally forgot. I made overnight oats last night for the first night in over a year. I was super proud of myself, which doesn't happen very often. So I'm having those right now. So when this is over, we'll keep going with the with going through my drafts.
Day will come. But what I really want us thinking about is, then what? We're here to work toward what happens next. It's not just wanting to bring that day about, it's being ready for what to do the next day and the next day and the next day. It's about focusing on what we could have, what we're missing out on now, and could have if we work to build a better everyday life. That's why I'm here, to point out those things and to remind you that you're not alone in wanting them. You're not alone if you think that health care ought to be a right for every single American. And that means not just expanding Medicaid, but finishing the job of setting up true universal health care for every single person in this country. With all the technological change in the air, you're not alone if you insist that leaders make our economy one where one job is enough. And one where when a new technology like artificial intelligence comes along, that it has to be designed and, if necessary, regulated so that the result is a shorter work week and more money in your pocket, not an even higher concentration of wealth and power in this country than we've already got. You're not alone if you believe that the wealthiest country on earth ought to have the best fully funded public schools on earth. You're not alone if you refuse to be told that we couldn't possibly afford nice things like good schools and good roads and good rural hospitals, while the wealthiest people in America pay a lower tax rate than the teachers in those schools, the workers on those roads, and the nurses in those hospitals. Of course we can have nice things in this country. You're not alone if you demand that people in public office put their own self-interest aside and serve with integrity. Leaders shouldn't even have the appearance of a conflict of interest, let alone trade stocks while they're in office or take crypto investments and jumbo bets from the foreign government. You're not alone if you believe that money in politics has gone way too far. That it needs to be reined in before our whole democracy is bought and paid for. And if that takes a constitutional amendment after Citizens United, then let's have a constitutional amendment and get it done. You're not alone if you believe in a country where people can live a life of their choosing and where no one faces mistreatment because of who they are or who they love. You're not alone if you believe these things. And it gets better. Not only are you not alone, you're part of an American majority when you believe these things.
Yes. Yes.
Not only are you part of a majority, you're part of an American supermajority that believes all of those things that I just said. See, the people in charge right now want you to believe two big things that just aren't so. The first is that you are the only one who thinks the way that you do. So look around. Look at this room with hundreds of people who feel the same way. Don't just look around this room, look around this country where millions of Americans have taken to the streets and where tens of millions of Americans are getting ready to vote for all of those things that I just talked about and more. Including a lot of our friends and neighbors who usually vote the other way.
That's right.
But they're curious, or they're angry, or they're upset, or they're disappointed. And our message to them is, he doesn't deserve you.
That's right.
Our message to them isn't what took you so long, it's welcome aboard, I'm glad to be side by side with you. Now, the second thing they want you to believe that just isn't so is that you have no power, that you're facing a steamroller, that the unpopular agenda of today's Republican Party is just something you've got to accept. So I'm here to remind you that you are so much more powerful than they want you to think. And there's example after example of it. I've seen it across the country. When people stand up and speak up, change happens. When our leaders aren't getting it done, we can change our leaders. And before that even happens, we can even change the behavior of the leaders we've got. I mean, look at how back in Indiana, State House Republicans defied the personal pressure of the President of the United States after they saw how many citizens were rallying against his gerrymandering plan. And they decided they'd rather be on the wrong side of the President than be on the wrong side of the people of their state. Look at the Washington Republicans who changed their votes on the Affordable Care Act funding after they got an earful from their constituents back home in those town halls. Those few who were willing to do the town halls. There's one of them who wouldn't do a town hall, so we went into his district and said, fine, we'll do one for you. Right. And a few days before we showed up, he miraculously changed his vote on the Affordable Care Act. Even the president himself, who swears he never backs down, has backed down on tariffs, he's backed down on ICE, he's backed down on the Epstein files because enough people spoke up that he had no choice. But, I mean, as excited as I am about the impact we can sometimes have before Election Day, what should really energize us is what can happen on Election Day. And you showed it. You showed it in 2022. You showed it again and again. You showed it when you demonstrate that you understand that we should never get caught treating the presidency like the only office that matters. Because so much depends on the decisions that are made up and down the ballot. And I want you to remember that when you step up, when you take action, you don't just generate votes, you generate hope. Hope is something I once heard someone say is the consequence of action more often than the cause of action. You take action, and people from your own neighbors to people thousands of miles away notice, and they draw hope to do even more. That's what we're here to make sure happens. But a lot is being asked of you, and I know that's true. You shared your time this evening. You shared your treasure, contributing to the party as part of this event. And there's going to be more Friday nights and weeknights and weekends asked of you to be knocking on doors, talking to neighbors, digging deep, bringing people in, bringing more voters, bringing more volunteers, bringing just a couple of those cranky uncles over to our side who might finally be ready to change their minds. And when you have one of those long nights and when you're asking yourself, can I really do any more than I've already done? I want you to reach into whatever is your personal why. And it's yours, not mine, so I don't know what it is for you. For me, the reason I make sure to hit the road and be with you on a night like this is actually, ironically, the very same thing that makes it a little bit harder than it used to be for me to do that. See, when I woke up this morning before I headed to the airport, about 6:30 this morning, as usually happens, my first interaction was with a 4-year-old boy. And I'm putting out the cereal for him and his sister. He says, Papa, can I come with you on this trip? I said, well, I don't think it'll work out. I got to go to Kansas, and you got to go to preschool. And then he walks up to me with a Sonic the Hedgehog walkie-talkie. He tells me to put it in my briefcase. He says, take this with you. That way we can talk to each other. I wasn't sure whether I should explain how range works on walkie-talkies. Just gave him a big hug instead. But what I know is that it won't be so long before he and his sister, who right now are asking me questions I can handle. Like the other day I got, Papa, is a grapefruit bigger than a pineapple? I can handle that. But what am I going to do when they say, Papa, back in the 2020s, did you do enough? They're going to ask that, and I want to make sure we have a very good answer by the time they're old enough to ask that question. Things were kind of rough back in the 2020s. I'll tell you, they were. You didn't see it back then, but things got pretty rough for this country. Things that were going wrong, and things that have been going wrong for some time. But the reason that things are so much better for you now is you're getting ready to start a career, is you're getting ready to start a family. Because, believe it or not, there was a time when people in this country, sounds barbaric, but they used to go bankrupt over healthcare bills. There was a time when people were choosing whether they could pay their health insurance or their mortgage. There was a time when we didn't, back in the 2020s, properly fund our public schools. There was a time when some of the richest people in America, back in the 2020s, paid less in taxes than a firefighter. And we got together and we changed that. And that's why you live in a country that's so much better than the one that was handed to you. Wouldn't you love to be part of that? Isn't that worth a Friday night and a Saturday morning and a few text messages and a few awkward conversations with that uncle? Are you ready to make sure we have that answer? Are you ready to send a message around the country and around the world with the work we put in over the next 7 months? If you do that, we can't lose it. We'll be so proud one day of what we did back in the 2020s. So let's make it happen. Thank you, Kansas. Thank you, Democrats. Stay motivated. Stay after it. And we'll be celebrating very, very soon. Thank you.
All right. What do we got? Got to clear up some things here. Don't need this. Gonna get rid of this one. This right here. This right here. Okay. Back. All right. Back to what we're doing. What are y'all's thoughts on Pete in 2028? You know, I don't like really talking about 2028 too much, but that was pretty good. All right. Looks like a good potential alternative to what everyone's calling the presumptive nominee. I don't know why it's so crazy just like talking about Newsom so much, and we haven't even had the midterms yet. But anyway, he was good enough to be on the short list for Kamala's VP position. Okay. Let's see how much more of the draft we can get through. What is this one?
Communist radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws and assume the duties that belong solely to the President of the United States.
When President Trump lost a battle in court to deport migrants, he called the judge a lunatic. When immigration crackdowns were ruled illegal, he called the judges monsters. It's incendiary comments like that that have provoked a torrent of death threats. Our reporting found hundreds of threats were left on judges' voicemails. This one after a judge ruled the president had violated the First Amendment.
I hope your whole family and everybody you love is raped in front of you and has their heads cut off.
And this one after a judge ruled the president couldn't cut certain government benefits.
And I wish somebody would assassinate your ass.
It's a volcano of vitriol.
I double dare you to try to put charges on Donald J. Trump. You son of a bitch.
It falls to the U.S. Marshals to pinpoint the verbal threats that might lead to physical violence. Judges told us the Marshals are overwhelmed. Last year, 400 federal judges were targets of serious threats, a 78% jump in 4 years.
78%. Hey. I don't think that news story got enough play, so I do think we should make a video about that. Because like if the judiciary is really what's holding this country together right now. Because Congress sure ain't doing it. Okay, next. And I feel bad when I email my senator telling her she is a disappointment. Okay, next. What do we got?
Did not vote for Donald Trump. Yeah. Unlike many, I did not vote for Kamala Harris. Yes, sir. I did not vote for.
Oh no, chat. Should we? I don't know if we've ever had Bretta on our live, but I've seen them on other people's live. Should we bring up Bretta? Is it worth it? Notice how MTG didn't get threats until she went against Donnie. No, damn, that's a lot of no's. Not worth it? Okay.
Donald Trump. Yeah. Unlike many black people who believe you must vote even if you have nothing you're looking for, I'm not in that group.
I had an economics professor in college that would always talk about how to abandon emotion whenever you're in a financial or economic negotiation and how to dominate that negotiation. And he had a very interesting leveraging tactic that I never forgot. A green guy is locked in a room with an orange guy and $1 million, and the clock has 1 hour, and they tell him, look, all y'all got to do is to...
Wait, Bretta, you're going to want to listen to this.
decide on how to split up the money and we'll give it to you. But if not, you get nothing. So the green guy says to the orange guy, like, look, this is easy. Let's just split it 50-50 down the middle, $500K each. Orange guy says, nope, I'll take $600K or no deal. The green guy's like, wait, what? No, that doesn't even make any sense. They argue back and forth, and eventually the time runs out, and the green guy doesn't take the deal. So he walks out with his head held high, no money, but with his head held high. He kept his morals. But what he didn't know is that the rules for the orange guy was a little different. The rules...
Here, this is a long enough video that I'm going to put it on this tab. 1 second. We are 1 minute in. Oh, they're not going to let me zoom in unless I log into Facebook.
Now vote for Donald.
Damn it, I'm sorry. Okay, never mind.
For the orange guy was if
this gentleman's at is dos.discourse, DOSS.discourse.
There's no deal made between you two. You get to leave with $500K. So for the orange guy, there was no reason for him to accept a deal that did not give him more than $500K. This concept is called BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement, and it teaches us the most important rule in negotiations. A deal only makes sense if it's better than what you would get with no deal. Even if a deal feels unfair, if it's better than your BATNA, you take it. So what did we learn? What black people got with the no deal option was Donald Trump, which gives us a rise in black unemployment, a rise in gas prices, another war, a retrenchment of DEI, retrenchment of affirmative action. Barack Obama posted on his page as a monkey, and a banning of over 500 black books. A deal only makes sense if it's better than what you get with no deal. This also teaches us something else about negotiating. The rules that you're negotiating under ain't always the rules that your opponents are negotiating under. Oh yeah, and black people are always under different rules. So when we were listening to a white leftist talk about never vote for Kamala during the election, think to yourself, were they communicating to me under the shield of their father's loft in Williamsburg and under the shield of a Democratic mayor and a Democratic governor passing progressive policies? And with the tangible consequences of this president affect them the way that it would affect me. You see, they're saying they can't vote for a candidate because they haven't fallen in love with them. But our ancestors knew something very important. We don't get the privilege or the luxury of falling in love with our political candidates because this political system don't love us. Politics ain't a love story for us. It never has been. It's a business deal, a negotiation. And we have to win each negotiation because when we lose, we don't have safety nets. Food for thought, food for thought.
That's a good video. I don't know what... I don't know what I think the reason I saved this was just because I wanted to remind myself to see if they have a TikTok and follow them on TikTok. Okay. Yeah, it's probably not relevant to Bretta actually, because this is more towards like non-voters, not like full-blown brain removers on the Trump side, but okay. They are, not only are they on TikTok, they got 500,000 fucking followers. Nice. Okay, follow. Cool. Okay. Next.
Thanks, bro. I'm like, damn, what are you doing? The chat is always going to be against me, Dan.
Why would the chat be against you?
Because I'm always right and I embarrass their leaders.
You're always right and you embarrass their
leaders. I
leaders.
Embarrass their leaders. Yeah, both parts of my sentence. Yeah.
Do you think that content creators are leaders?
They're your thought leaders. You disseminate information. They believe what you say. They take your talking points. They repeat it in real life. They repeat it on other panels. Absolutely. You are a leader.
Okay, cool. And so what do you always write about? Give me an example.
I take the most objective stance that I can. So I have been, disagreeing with MAGA on certain things as of recently because I don't just blindly align myself with one side. I vote and I speak on what's most conducive for the nation. You know what I mean? This unaliving Khomeini during Ramadan wasn't the best thing for the nation. But I also saw the necessity of it. I just wish that the next administration would have, Gavin Newsom would have done it.
Okay. So then you don't support Donald Trump, or what's the?
I support Donald Trump the same way I supported Biden.
You supported Joe
Well,
Biden?
Yeah, I didn't like Joe Biden, but I didn't want him to fail.
Wait,
because
hold
we
up.
live in this country.
Nope. Now we're being a little bit disingenuous. Okay. Did you vote for Joe Biden?
I didn't vote.
You didn't vote. Did you vote in
No, I didn't vote in
2024?
2020. Yeah, I voted in 2024.
You voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump in 2024. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I say do you support, I'm not asking you, do you want the country to succeed? Okay? Because I know that's the way you framed it. You said the same way I supported Joe Biden. The problem with framing it that way is that Donald Trump's definition of success is not necessarily in alignment with the success for a successful administration for most Americans. So that's why when I ask, do you support Donald Trump, I'm not asking you if you support success from the United States or the offices of the presidency. I'm asking if you support him in regards to his policies, and clearly you supported him enough to vote for him. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I like most of the things that he's done so far in this administration. It's a couple of shortcomings, but nothing is perfect except Jesus Christ.
Interesting that you brought up Jesus Christ. What are your thoughts on Trump's relationship with Jesus Christ?
I believe everybody's relationship with Jesus Christ is unique. The will of the Lord will be executed no matter what. So if Trump is in position of power, then the Lord put him there.
Okay. So are you saying nobody's actions matter?
What do you mean? How did you?
You don't think it's a little bit? You don't think it was a little bit sacrilegious for him to like post himself as Jesus Christ?
Well, here's the thing. He imitated an image of Jesus Christ that was never the real Jesus Christ. There's no description in the Bible that says that Jesus Christ wore a long white robe with a red scarf, right? So that image was not mocking Jesus Christ because it's not depicted in the Bible. That's first and foremost. Second of all, the healing of the hands thing is what Jesus expects of us. He expects us to do the same work and greater works than him and heal, right? So ultimately, the picture was speaking to what the Bible says. Right. So for you to say the image is sacrilegious or blasphemous, is plainly not true. Right. The image of God is more blasphemous than the image of Trump healing people.
Okay. So this may genuinely be the biggest cope I've heard in my entire TikTok career. On everything I love. You know damn well that the way Jesus is depicted in most of the world right now is in a way that kind of looks like that post. Okay. Whether or not that's okay. So just so we're clear, if that were the case, if we're going strictly by the letter of what's in the Bible and not by how people interpret the Bible, then there would be no reason. The idea of supporting a Republican, let alone Donald Trump, would be also sacrilege, because Jesus Christ preached socialist policies. He preached pro-immigration policies, pro-universal healthcare policies. So, you can't have it both ways. It's either
the socialist. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
No, you can go.
Sorry. Yeah. So most people point at the moment Jesus multiplied the fish and the bread from a little bit to a lot and fed everybody. That's not socialism. Socialism is an economic system.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about where Jesus Christ would constantly point out that the wealthy need to give away their belongings to the poor. My favorite quote from the Bible is, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. He was constantly demonizing wealth and pointing out that you need to treat the stranger like they're your neighbor or like they're a member of your family. Stranger, in this case, being from other nations. That's a direct quote from the Bible. The stranger from other nations. like the idea of healing the sick and feeding the hungry. This is all like the antithesis of any kind of Republican policy. So
I think you're kind of reaching with Jesus pro-immigration policy. If you can point me to that verse, I'm not saying you're wrong, but let's go ahead and pull it up. You also made claims that Jesus was a socialist, but you said that the bread, loaves, and fish wasn't what you pointed to. You said that the giving away of the wealth is what. Damn, I got such a bad echo. Is that me or do you hear?
no, it's TikTok. I'll mute while you're talking.
Okay, so that's better. I appreciate it. So you're right, but it doesn't mean that just having wealth separates you from God, right? It is what wealth does to a person that makes the person feel like they don't need God. But if the rich person is still in submission to the Lord, then that person can make it to heaven.
Okay,
right?
so just so we're
gotta make it clear that wealth inherently doesn't separate you from God.
that is a fun interpretation, but that's not what the
No, it's not,
Bible.
'cause
So
God makes you rich. God gives you wealth if you abide by Him.
not financial wealth.
Financial wealth, literally, He will make you rich.
Okay, yeah, we'll go to that Bible verse shortly. Okay, so here we go. I got some verses for you.
Go
One
ahead.
second. Okay, so do not mistreat foreigners who are living in your land. Treat them as you would an Israelite, and love them as you love yourselves. Remember that you were once foreigners in the land of Egypt. I am your God. Okay, right there. If you're a Christian, this disqualifies Donald Trump, right?
Hold on. What translation is that? Because that's the foreigners is not a word in the King James Version. It's sojourners, if I'm not mistaken. The sojourners are temporary people in your land. Treat them good as they pass through. That doesn't mean that you use this verse to say that we can have an innumerable influx of undocumented people coming to the country under asylum laws.
And if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, ye shall not vex them. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself. You would not put yourself in a concentration camp in El Salvador. Okay, if we're gonna be literal, all right. If you're gonna be literal about the Bible, just stop coping and say, I don't actually care. I'm not being literal about the Bible. I just like Donald Trump. I like conservative policies. I'm not a Christian. Just say it with your chest, bro. You can't have it both ways. It says it right there.
Don't crash. We're having a good conversation, bro. Don't crash, please.
I don't know why you're tone policing me. Okay.
I'm not tone policing. It sounds like you're crashing out on me. It's
well, because you're coping. You're saying, oh, that's the wrong translation. So I went to your translation, and your translation says the exact same thing. It
uses the verbiage of sojourner, which I highlighted, and the sojourner is
sure. I understood your point. The point right after that, though, still stands. Okay, you treat them as you would treat yourself. You wouldn't want yourself put in a concentration camp in El Salvador. Just say, Britta, would you want yourself put in a concentration camp in El Salvador?
No, of course not. But I'm not a criminal, man. I don't impose myself on other people's freedom for selfish reasons.
Wait, I'm sorry. Just so we're clear, vast majority of the people that were sent to CCOT are not criminals. You know that, right?
Vast majority?
Yes, over 50%.
Over 50%. Are you talking about the general number of people deported, or specifically the people deported to
CCOT? The number is under 50%.
Can you show me that? And what is your source for saying that they're not criminals?
Well, to be clear, hold on, really quick. When you say criminal, are you including crossing the border illegally?
I'm gonna say no for the sake of keeping this thing going.
Well, I appreciate that. Because in that case, you're a liar when you say you're not a criminal. Because I know you've jaywalked, I know you've sped, and those are the same types of crimes that crossing the border illegally is. But I appreciate you not going down that stupid fucking rabbit hole. Okay.
In the silence, can I sing a song to the ladies in the comments?
I'm going to say no. Okay.
Ladies, can I sing a song to y'all?
All right. It's from It's from DHS's data. analyzed by the Cato Institute. I'll just read it, and then we can go directly to DHS data if you don't agree with Cato's interpretation. 16% of CCOT deportees had U.S. criminal convictions. Oh, sorry. Only 16% of CCOT deportees had any U.S. criminal convictions of any kind, based on DHS data obtained via a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah.
By the Deportation Data Project, a collaboration of UC Berkeley, blah, 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 blah. Moreover, just 4%, 9 people, had a conviction for a violent crime, but property crimes accounted for only 2% of the total. According to Human Rights Watch, which analyzed the same data, DHS data left out some Venezuelans sent to CCOT.
There we go.
There we
You
go.
have you didn't even quantify all the people according to your own source, Dan.
Is 16% less than 50? Is 16% less than 50%?
Which analyzed the same data. They left out some Venezuelans sent to CCOT. They left out, so they don't even have the report of every single person, and you spoke in totality. And your own source says we don't even have the total records of everybody.
Who left them out? Who left them out?
It doesn't matter. Your claim.
Yeah,
says
no.
that you knew
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You thought you found a gotcha. The DHS's data left out some Venezuelans sent to CCOT.
But you don't. But it still doesn't speak to. It speaks to my point that you don't know if all of them had a criminal record. Your source said, "Hey, we don't know if all of them have a criminal record. We don't have that report." And you said half of them don't have a criminal record. That was your claim.
I said over half do not have a criminal record. Right? No criminal convictions in the United States. That's what I said. And nothing about what. Nothing about
have the 100% of their records.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there.
Your source says we
I'm
don't know.
Stop. Wait, Brett. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Blah.
Before we go any further, I'm going to set the goalpost here, okay? Because I'm not going to waste my time going down this rabbit hole if you're just going to move it. If the DHS data, in fact, shows that more than 50% of CCOT detainees have no criminal convictions, will you agree that, will you denounce your support of Donald Trump as a Christian, right? We read your King James Version.
What?
Because that was the whole point. The whole point is you would. This is how we got here. I'm going to sum up. Wait, hold on. Let me just finish really quick, and then I'll mute so you don't hear the echo. Right. Okay. I'm gonna get us back to here. Okay. You brought up Jesus Christ, so I brought up the sacrilege from Donald Trump. You claimed that there's nothing in the Bible that says Jesus has a white robe with a red sash or whatever. So then I pointed out that if we want to go by the letter of the Bible, there's multiple quotes that would disqualify Trump immediately from any actual Christian from supporting them. I pointed out one of those quotes about how you're supposed to treat foreigners in your nation. You said that translation's not correct. We have to go to the King James translation, which calls them sojourners, right? So, but still in that, but still, I'm not done. I'm sorry.
Is that to drop me?
Thank you. It could be. Is that a problem? You have a problem with being dropped?
Well, yeah, I want to finish our conversation, and I'm paranoid. I've been traumatized on this app, man. I'm a victim.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, nothing like Trump supporters making themselves victims. Addie, thank you for the dinosaur. Okay, so just let me finish wrapping up. So then I pointed out that even in your version, the version you chose, it still points out that you should treat the stranger that dwelleth with you in the same way that you would love yourself, in the same way you would treat yourself. And I asked you, would you, that's to prevent the drop. So you're good. Thank you, Miles, for the galaxy. Okay, so I asked you, would you want to be sent to a concentration camp in CCOT? You said, obviously not. However, you said, I'm not a criminal. So then I pointed out that a vast majority of people sent to CCOT are also not criminals, and you disagreed. Okay, that's how we got here. All right? We're talking about the Bible. You claim to call yourself a Christian, right? And that's great. I'm open for freedom of religion, but I'm going to point out hypocrisy when I see it. And it's very hypocritical to support Donald Trump if you're an actual Christian. If you believe in the stuff in the Bible, very hypocritical. You already coped about the camel going through the eye of a needle passage, and we can get to that later. But this right here, right, would if I show you the DHS data proves that over 50% of CCOT detainees do not have a criminal conviction, You either have to denounce your Christianity or denounce your support of Donald Trump. It's one of the two, right?
Okay. Then literally your source says we didn't quantify, we didn't release all the information of all the people we sent to CCOT. So your claim of 50% of them being non-criminals is empty because you don't even have the information to know that the rest of them aren't criminals according to your own record.
Again, it's DHS. It's DHS that left out that data. But even still,
but what's your making a claim without the information, whether who released it or not?
No, wait, no, hold on. I don't even think you know what happened here. Okay, when I heard your very, very bad faith pushback, which is that this study was using incomplete data, even though the data was incomplete because of DHS. Therefore, wait, just stop interrupting me. I swear to God. Okay, I will drop you myself.
All right.
Okay.
So my bad.
If your claim was, this data is incomplete, so that number 16% can't be correct or is not correct. So all I'm doing before I dig deeper, right, into the DHS numbers for you is I just want you to set the goalpost so I'm not wasting my time. If we go to the DHS, right, because this study was done a few months back, so they might have updated the numbers, right? If they updated the numbers and it's clear that over 50% of CCOT detainees do not have a criminal conviction, will you then fucking pivot to something else, or will you finally pick a side? It's either you denounce your Christianity or you denounce your support of Trump. It's one of the two.
I'll denounce my support of Trump before I denounce my love for Jesus Christ.
Okay, now.
But I'm not going to need to because you don't have that information. But I'll mute up while you pull up and dig, quote unquote, deeper.
Wait, I'm going to ask you once more. Okay, so you said you're not going to denounce your Christianity. Good. I appreciate that. That you would put Jesus Christ ahead of Donald Trump. Thank God someone does. So I'm going to ask you again. If I show you the DHS data that proves that over 50% of, now it should be, frankly, the fact that it's any percentage is horrifying, but if I pull up the DHS data that shows you that over 50% of CCOT detainees have no criminal convictions, will you denounce your support of Trump?
Bro, pull it up, man.
Nah, we don't do that in this. No, we don't do that in this live. I am setting the goalpost before you can move it. I'm sorry. This is where I stand. I'm not wasting my time going through this when you're just going to pivot. So I need you to set it. I get the clip. I get the clip of you saying, yes, I will denounce it. And then I show you and they say, okay, yes, but. That's the yes, but. The yes, but that God looks down and is like, this is my people? Yes, but about that? Holy shit. The moment.
I'm crashing, Dan.
I'm crashing because I hate how you people claim this moral superiority. But you're sorry, not you people like black people. You people like fake Christians.
I'm joking.
You people like fake Christians. Apologies. All right, that's funny.
I can't believe you fell for that, bro. I'm not sensitive like that. You good?
No, it's fine. Okay, but fake Christians is what I'm talking about. Because the reality is, this should be easy. This should be super easy. If a majority of people are not criminals and are being sent to a concentration camp, this defies everything that I've learned, that I've read in my Bible, everything I believe. This should be easy for you to say, if you show me that, yeah, I'm denouncing my support. But you're not. You're wasting our time. So, I'm going to ask you again. If/when I show you the DHS data that proves that a majority of CCOT detainees have no criminal convictions, will you denounce your support of Donald Trump?
No.
Have a good day, bro. Yeah, I don't got time for that. I mean, what the fuck's the point? You're not a Christian, just so we're clear. You're a Trump supporter, and that's great. You're not a Christian. Okay. No matter what, Trump comes first. Bro, you have no source for that? Bretta, your brain isn't comprehending what I'm saying to you. I asked you an if. And the reason you're so scared to just say yes, if you were so confident that I don't have that source, you would easily say, yeah, I would denounce my support of Trump. And then I'd look like an idiot when I couldn't pull up the source. But you're not because you're beholden to your orange God. Like, I don't know how else to put it. I don't want to be the one that breaks this to you. Now it's if. It was if the whole time. I said if because that's how I set the goalpost, Bretta. That's how I get people like you to point out that you never actually cared. Your mind will never change. I say if before I pull it up because too many times, okay? When I first started going live, I would pull up the source and then the fucking maggot, the sacrilegious, hateful maggot would come out with, oh yes, but. They would pivot. They'd move the goal. They'd change it. Okay, but that's only 70%. It's not like 90%, right? So what I do now is I make you guys set the goalposts. So afterwards, it's very clear to everyone watching, okay, they were never changing their mind. They're so deep inside Trump's colon that they can smell the Diet Cokes that he had last week. And you wouldn't do it, so we know. This is super easy. For anyone that's being intellectually honest, your answer would be, yes, I would denounce Donald Trump in that case. Okay. Now, we only got 43 minutes left of the live. I'm going to keep reading this report real quick. The DHS data also confirms the reporting from May showing that over 50% of Venezuelans sent to El Salvador were not illegal immigrants and entered the country legally. DHS lists 5 deportees as non-immigrants, people with forms of temporary legal status, who entered with a visa. It also lists 46 as applicants for admission, the term that DHS used for individuals who entered the country legally at a port of entry via the CBP-1 phone app scheduling system under President Biden. One person's entry status just listed as other. Among the 51 non-immigrants and applicants for admission, one had a criminal conviction. 1 out of 51 in regards to the Venezuelans. Dan crashing my favorite type of live. Okay. Back to what we were doing. Thank you again, Miles and Addie, and thank you for everybody else who sent gifts so far. I really appreciate anybody who has sent a gift, whether in the links or in through TikTok. But remember, the only thing I'm asking for is just make sure that you're following. Whether you send a gift or whether you're just tapping or even if you're just watching while folding the laundry, I appreciate every single one of you. Just make sure you're following. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Olga. All right, 42 minutes left. Why are you ending early? Because I started early. Started real early. By the way, for those that that didn't put 2 and 2 together for that last part, so the data that didn't include the Venezuelan deportees had a 16% criminal rate. But if you add in the Venezuelans, so Bretta's argument was that the Venezuelans weren't included. If you add in the Venezuelans, that rate from 16% would drop because there was only a 2% rate among the Venezuelans. So, but it wouldn't change his mind because Praise be to Donald Trump. We've been listening to you all the way from LA to Vegas today. Oh, nice. MAGA heroes. We had a guest earlier, Miles, that I think you would have appreciated that debate. Okay. What were we doing? We were going through the videos on Facebook that I sent to myself. If we get any more guests, I will bring them up. But in the meantime, we're gonna do this. Missed it, but you dunk on this last guy. Yeah, he's a bit infamous in the TikTok streets. I think that might be the first time we've ever had him on this live. But I know Erica has cooked him before. I know Hector has humiliated him before. Trump is not just sheer embarrassment, but an object of ridicule, and he didn't dunk on the last guy. Davis, I understand, right, that you might have a hard time deciding whether to lick windows or boots, but if the last guest couldn't even say that they would denounce Trump if Trump went against his own teachings, his own Bible teachings, the thing he believes, he said, I put Jesus Christ ahead of anything. If he couldn't even say if, he couldn't even bring himself to dare say that he would denounce Trump in that regard. It kind of sounds like he won't care what any of the facts are. And if you think that's a debate win, then by all means. I've said this before, I don't really care about like debating a win or a loss or whatever it is. It's like, to me, it's just, I just want everyone to be logically consistent. It's just super, super simple, right? If he was so confident that there was no data that showed that a majority of CCOT detainees are non-criminals, in which case it was very clear that the part in the Bible where it says, but the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself, it would be very clear that that would be going against that, because Breda said it himself. He would not want to be deported to a concentration camp. His qualifier, though, even though it's not in the Bible, but I gave it to him, his qualifier was, well, I'm not a criminal. And so I pointed out that neither are they. But that's not enough. That wouldn't be enough. Like, I don't know. I guess I just don't know why or how, why someone would put Donald Trump ahead of their own Lord and Savior. Like, that's so wild to me. Did you care that Biden had the highest inflation of any president in recent times? Wait, just come up and let's talk. Let's come up. Please. Chat, I need this. This is going to be so easy. Did you care that Biden had the highest inflation of any president in recent times? You know what Biden had? Unfortunately, I can't come up. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I would just ask you, Davis, what did Joe Biden do to cause global inflation? Well, you wrap your head around that question. Where were we? Okay, we did that one. Did we do this one?
They came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to. Let's go. Come on. Get in. Let's go. Pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. They came.
Chad, I think we might have found some new sound bites. Okay, I'm making a video of that one. I have to. That's top priority. That's okay. Don't get it lost. No, that one's staying at the top of the to-do list. All right, next. Oh, we're officially done with the Facebook one. All right, one to-do list down. Okay, now we're going to go to the email one. And then we'll go to the to-do list. Are you going back on later? No, not tonight. Thread of MAGA influencers who once denounced intervention, supported Trump because he was anti-war, but now are fully pro-war. Oh, wait. Okay, this one's pretty good. But I don't know. The problem is I can't navigate X without logging into X. This would be one that like I'd have to like screen record my phone. I don't know if it's worth it. We all know they're hypocrites, right? Wait, Hector Raid? Is there a Hector Raid going on? Welcome in, Hector Raiders. Welcome in. W Hector. Did that Davis guy ever say, what did he do? You tell me, and who had worse inflation than he did? Okay, so you don't know. All right, so just so we're clear, I'm going to say something to you that's going to sound really, really stupid, and I want you to understand that that's what we hear when you say Biden had the highest inflation, okay? Donald Trump had the most pandemics in his term. The most pandemics started under Donald Trump. Donald Trump caused COVID-19. Okay? You see how that's really, really fucking stupid? That's exactly what we hear when you say Joe Biden caused global inflation. And I ask you how, and you don't have a reason. It's correlation causation fallacy. You're just like, GTA 6 still isn't out. It must be Biden's fault. Like, if you can point to actions taken by Joe Biden or the Biden administration that caused global inflation, I'd love to hear it. Anyway. Yeah, I don't care enough about the MAGA hypocrites. We all know that. It wouldn't make for compelling. I can. Do I care while I'm on my phone? No. Bro, you have typed like no less than 20 comments. I'm sure one of them could have included what Joe Biden did to cause global inflation. The reason that you're not including those, well, welcome in, Hector Raiders. Welcome in. It's Bretta's backup because I'm sitting here laughing at you. He asked me a really good question. I'm not going to answer. December 2025 manufacturing jobs, 63K down from January 2025. With an even larger loss since Liberation Day. Well, we're now 4 months in front of when that data was, so I don't know if... Okay, we'll come back to that. I really don't think it's a good question, but it's what I'd expect from you. You know why you don't think it's a good question, Davis? Because you lack critical thinking. You are under the impression that because Donald Trump told you that Joe Biden caused global inflation, that means Joe Biden caused global inflation. This would be a simple answer to anyone that actually believes that. The problem is that you believe things based on vibes and feelings and not like the actual stats. So, for example, nope, I lived through it. Davis, I lived through the COVID-19 pandemic, which happened under Donald Trump. Again, if you don't understand that that's how you sound to me, then you need to engage in a little bit. Okay, it's maybe like a second synapse. All right, you're at one synapse. Bump it to 2 or 3. Okay. Donald Trump very clearly did not cause the COVID-19 pandemic, but it did happen while he was in office. Joe Biden did not cause the global inflation crisis, but it did happen while he was in office. Now, you can easily debunk me right now by saying what Joe Biden did to cause global inflation, but you still haven't. You've typed at least 7 more comments without doing it. You won't request up because one of 3 things. Remember, if they don't request up, it's one of 3 things. It's they don't want us to hear their Russian accent because most of MAGA support is astroturfed. 2, they don't want us to hear them breathing through their mouth. Or 3, they know they're wrong and they don't want to be humiliated. I don't make the rules. U.S. moving pregnant immigrant girls to Texas to avoid providing abortions. Ex-official calls transfer of unaccompanied girls as young as 13, many pregnant due to rape, as human rights violation. All unaccompanied immigrant children who are pregnant, many by rape, are being moved to a single facility in Texas in order to avoid providing abortion services in a significant human rights violation, critics say. As detainees are frequently moved across state lines quickly, often to red states like Texas, pregnant people are facing challenges accessing reproductive health care in detention. Unaccompanied minors who lack immigration documentation are at a high risk for trafficking and other forms of harm, so they fall under the care of the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which, by the way, the 2027 budget is going to gut, but let's put that aside, which previously had facilities across the country capable of caring for children under 18 who are pregnant. Since July, more than a dozen pregnant children have been moved to a single facility in a small town of San Benito along the South Texas border. The children kept in Texas are as young as 13, and about half are pregnant because of rape, according to a joint investigation by Texas Newsroom and the California Newsroom. In Texas, abortion is banned nearly in all circumstances, including rape and incest. Jesus Christ. Okay, we might have to do a deep dive on this one. Okay. W. James for muting Davis for 5 minutes. Yeah, Davis, sit in the corner for 5 minutes. Okay? Get some work done and compose yourself. Because in the time that you could have posted the thing Joe Biden did to cause global inflation, you've posted like 30 comments. What is Trump doing in 27 minutes that's ending the world? No, it's just this live is ending. But I wouldn't put it past him. Okay, next email. Someone was saying the American Rescue Plan. Well, if the argument is that the American Rescue Plan added more deficit spending, and deficit spending leads to inflation, then they would have to apply that same logic to the CARES Act passed by Trump. But they can't do that. Okay, Trump administration drops effort against law firms after judges find President Trump's orders unconstitutional. Numerous judges have ruled against Trump's executive orders targeting certain law firms. Justice Department on Monday dropped the fight over, this is March 2nd, over President Trump's executive orders targeting firms he disliked, conceding to unanimous rulings from federal judges that found that the orders violated the fundamental tenets of the Constitution. Oh, there's another good example of Trump defying the Constitution, but I mean, they'll just say, well, the court stopped them, so everything's working just fine. That's going to be their response. Biden's American Rescue Plan worsened inflation. The question is how much? I mean, that's fair. I think that's a fair thing to say. But I guess my question would be, first of all, are we looking at Biden's policies in totality? Because the Inflation Reduction Act did lessen the effects of inflation. That's one. And two, why aren't we applying the same standard to Trump and the CARES Act? That would be, if we're having like a good faith discussion, which so far, at least that commenter seems to be having. Deficit spending is inflationary, but nowhere near 9%. Yeah. There would be a question of why the United States had less inflation than most of the rest of the world, and in fact ended up with a stronger recovery than every single other country in the rest of the world. Was that a coincidence, or do we give credit to Biden on that? Mag, ignore that. Also, yeah, wait, that's actually a really good question. Let's say Trump won the 2020 election, even though obviously he got his back blown out by 7 million votes. But let's say he won the 2020 election. What would he have done to curb inflation exactly? What was his plan? What's this? A concept? Oh, I don't need this one anymore. Wait, what is this?
When can we sub on Twitch? I think I have to be an affiliate for that now.
What is this clip?
Oh, hold on. Let's see what.
Or is it not? Or is it not? Or is the timestamp just?
Hey.
Okay, I don't know what. I don't know what this clip is for. Sorry to anyone that got jump scared. I'll look at that later. Next. Sorry, Mark. Epstein victim 16 told FBI Trump was on phone during attack. Oh, I remember this. Jeffrey Epstein told a 16-year-old girl to strip and massage him as he spoke to Donald Trump on speakerphone, a victim of the sex trafficker, as alleged to federal investigators. Shocking new allegation noted that Epstein allegedly barked the order in the massage room at his 7-story Manhattan townhome in 2004. Simultaneously, the victim, who says she was a high school junior at the time, claimed that Epstein took his clothes off and climbed onto the massage table. She alleges that. Okay, well, I'm going to trigger warning and about what we're reading here. The horrific scene detailed the document that the Justice Department did not release until last week. It was not part of the first major dump of Epstein files in January because it was incorrectly marked as duplicate, the DOJ claimed. I see. Okay, next. Trump previously said he spoke to U.S. oil companies prior to the raid on Venezuela, even as he said he opted to forego disclosure to members of Congress ahead of time due to concerns about possible leaks. The attack resulted in the removal of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. So Trump didn't disclose that he was going to do regime change in Venezuela to Congress, but he did disclose it to CEOs of oil companies. Okay. All right. So that's all that's in my email. What do we have here? What is this? Trump nominated a legit white nationalist to a top post at the State Department. I asked him basic questions about his belief in the erasure of white culture. Watch this embarrassing, fumbling answer.
Define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history.
Like what?
Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that, that would be one example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more.
Yeah, but you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about, you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average. Foodways could often be different.
And those
music
could be different. And those are being erased.
Music could be different. Well, if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English this year.
So our ability to access white churches or white food or white music is being erased?
I am concerned with the majority common American culture that we had for some time that through particularly mass immigration, I think has become much more balkanized, and I think that weakens us. And again, I'm not running away from that comment. I'm not apologizing for it.
Well, I'm way over my time. I think you're struggling to answer this question, right? Because underlying your beliefs is a sentiment that white culture is just simply better. Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Who is this, Dan? This is Jeremy Carl, which is being nominated to a position in the State Department, and that was Senator Chris Murphy questioning him. Okay, next. Oh yeah. This is a really. I talked about this a little bit. This it's Trump's ties to like Egypt before the 2016 election or something like that. It's been a while since I watched this. Okay, I know this one. I meant Chris Murphy, by the way, not the White Supreme. I didn't see what your comment was. Okay. Oh, I see. Afraid of losing unseasoned food. Okay. Okay. Next, what is this? 2 female ICE or Border Patrol agents pretend to be having car issues as a trap. I remember watching this. They literally they were banking on like the kindness of these immigrants so that they could detain these immigrants. That's what our government's doing. It's 6 minutes. I don't really want to watch it. I might edit it down and make a video. I'll leave it on the list. What is this? Oh, I've been meaning to watch this. Isaiah on Piers Morgan. CS, I have played that game before. I do not want to accidentally say a number because it might be achieved. Catching the worst of the worst. Those willing to help deserve no sympathy, apparently. Yeah. How long is this? Okay. He joins at 15 minutes. Oh, yeah, he's on for a lot of it. Okay. All right, we'll save that. One of these days when we need something to watch, we can react to that. 48-hour incoming. What is this? I got source on the line around now. Just say a number.
Are real. Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to.
Well,
So if
maybe
you want
I'll
to
get him
make
out
an
of trouble.
announcement,
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
we know illegal aliens are real.
Yeah, illegal. Only
Did Trump just essentially confirm that aliens are real? A little bit. Classified information is supposed to stay at the top of the toilet. Yeah, for real. Okay. I don't know. There's not anything we're gonna do with that clip. That one's off the list. Okay, what's this? Oh, okay. This is definitely no longer relevant. It was also a super fucking deep cut. All right. Do you all remember in the State of the Union where MAGA was like pissing and shitting their pants because when Donald Trump said some really, first of all, false, but also disingenuous question to try to get Democrats to not stand up, right? He said, stand up if you believe that the number one priority of the Constitution or the government, what did he say, the government, is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens, or something like that. Which, first of all, is not the duty of the government, but also like it's very clear why he's saying that. And they all like most Democrats didn't stand up, and they were all like, "Look, it's proof of blah blah blah." I really wanted to. I mean, I guess it sounded so much better in my head, and then when I pulled up the clip, I was like, I don't know. But what came to mind was this clip from the movie The Departed, where the main villain guy, what's his face, Costello, said something like, what did he say? Something like when you're in church, they tell you to kneel, stand up, kneel, stand up. If you're into that kind of thing, then I don't know what to tell you. It's something like that. Is this the actual clip? I don't know why I'm not able to find the time slot.
Forgive whatever deals. Man makes his own way. No one gives it to you. Have to take it. Man, kneel, stand.
Oh, this part.
Church wants you in your place. Kneel, stand, kneel, stand. You go for that sort of thing, I don't know what to do for you.
Yeah, so like in my head, I was like, you know, it kind of fits. Like MAGA's like really, really subservient, right? So no matter what Trump says, they would want to stand. And I don't know why it would be an insult to Democrats that they didn't just listen to some guy. Some guy told them to stand up, and they didn't stand up, and that makes you crash out. Like, well, I wouldn't stand up regardless of what he said. Who gives a fuck? Well, I'm gonna stand. I'm sitting down. I'm comfortable. But then I remembered like it's like the villain is saying it. So yeah, I guess that one's done. Also, it's not relevant anymore. Those people would never last a second as a teacher in a classroom. Mac. Someone asked me how much to extend the timer, and I told them I'm not doing that. Just for you. The Jamie Raskin letter. I mean, I talked about this on live multiple times, but I did want to like actually put it in a video. 24-hour live, please. You're just going to ignore the timer instead? No, the live is ending in 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Tennessee lawmakers turn back restrictive abortion bill. Separate bill requiring the treatment of pregnant women fails. An amendment to House Bill 570, sponsored by Republican Rep. Jody Barrett of Dixon, would have treated an abortion the same as a criminal homicide, penalizing women who have abortions, including those who go out of state for treatment of dangerous pregnancies. Barrett's bill would provide the same equal protection for fetuses as for people. All right, this bill failed. But I feel like it still might be important to talk about that Republicans tried to treat women that are seeking health care as murderers. Like literally, it would even qualify for crossing state lines to get health care treatment. Guys, Dan broke up with us yesterday. We have to let him go. Teacher is probably the most thankless job. No, it's not. Back to the old 48-hour where we watch Dan sleep. Wait, you remember that? I forgot I did that. Y'all remember when I like took a nap like in my bed and people were sending the crab gift to wake me up? Trump's first DOJ asked officials to end earlier probe of Epstein Ranch in 2019. Oh, yeah. So a lot of these are just like more and more very suspicious things about Trump, Epstein, and the Republican Party protecting people involved in the files. That would require like probably a comprehensive video, I think. Okay, well, that's the to-do list, I think. Or that's the content to-do list. Then there's the other stuff. So like, for example, I wanted to make one of the soundboard things. I need to get this soundbite.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe...
Yeah. Did you know you have rights? The Constitution says you do. I think that'd be a good soundbite for when Trump supporters wrote boots about not caring about human rights or their own rights. Here, I will put that in the sound bites or the sounds channel in the Discord. Which one is that? Music? Is it in music? Sound bites for lives. Oh, there's a whole thread. Forgot about this thread.
I don't want a stupid person being president, you know?
There should be more talk about Trump making homelessness illegal. Yeah. Especially now that the 2027 budget is cutting even more funding to for homelessness. But okay, 5 minutes. What else do we got on this to-do list? Bottom Discord chats OBS. What does that mean? Bottom Discord chats OBS. Oh, I think I did that. I think we're good. Okay. All right. Steam Deck, or is it Stream Deck? Okay. That's on the to-do list, but I don't know where it is. So like, I don't know how to solve that. I would need to find it. No. What it was there were some Discord messages like near the bottom of my list of people that were like helping me with OBS, and I finally did get around to that. Oh my god, bro! I feel like there are so many opportunities that I squandered. An ASMR YouTuber with like, I don't know what scale. I don't know if it's like over 1 million or millions. I can't remember, but with like 7-figure subscribers, reached out on Discord saying like, "Oh, I love what you do. You know, if you ever need help getting into YouTube and posting stuff, I'm down to help." And like I replied with like a thank you, but I never actually did that, and that was like 1.5 years ago. Can we add things to the list? One. Oh, here we go. Okay. Source doc review. Okay, well, the thing about the source doc review is it's no longer relevant. The source doc would need an update. Okay, so that would be source doc update. All right. Angela sounds. We have updated those mostly. I'm taking that one off because we'll just include individual Angela sounds. 1, extend the timer. You should still reach out. Content creators are always bad with reaching out to people. I was supposed to be different. YouTube memberships. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not gonna activate YouTube memberships until like I'm on more consistently. I think that makes sense. Also, we're back to number 1. You were the chosen one. Upload VODs. Oh yeah, I wanted to upload like the VODs from before I went live on YouTube. That could be fun. Substack, stream on Instagram, make a Facebook, Concepts of a Dan podcast, YouTube thumbnails. The Guam Illegals guy VOD would be great. -5 seconds anytime anyone asks for more time. Okay. Well, I know it takes me a while to wrap up a stream. See, I'm learning. I didn't say to end lives. Because usually I say that I'm going to end Twitch and YouTube's lives first. And then people point out that sounds menacing. I'm going to wrap up the streams. The Dan Empire never got the ball rolling. Okay, what are we doing here? Right. Okay. Twitch, YouTube. They need a team. Oh, King Joker from Twitch right there is one of those Discord messages that was on the to-do list. And I did end up to doing that. Although I believe King Joker sent me more helpful stuff that I haven't looked at yet. And I will, and I love you and thank you. Dan, if you must end, tell us where to go next. Oh, thank you. Yes, that's how we end streams. We raid. I forgot. Here's me thinking I'd log in and maybe catch Dan starting his live. Oh no, Ginger! The one time in it has to be almost a year, right? When was the last time I started a live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern? I I rated you from Hector. Listen, if you rated from Hector or from was his name Brian? Run. Okay, I know them as Run. I'm sorry. I think it was Brian. If you rated from Hector or Run, thank you so much for being here. And if you like the content, make sure to drop a follow. Thank you. Okay, who are we gonna raid? Let's see who we got. Oh, I gotta go. Hold on a second. I gotta go on my backup to actually see who's. Because sometimes I like checking what's going on in a live before I raid. We runs live now. Actually, is that on a backup? Brian Rundle. Okay, it was Brian. So we can hit him with the reverse raid. Liv is live. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, let's raid Liv. Let me get his @ 1 second, chat. Guess I'll just go back to touching grass. I'm sorry, Ginger. But if it means anything, I did like not going live at infinity o'clock. I felt a lot better about it. I think the live went well, and I want to keep doing it. So there may be more to come. When's the next live? The definitely Friday, but if we do one earlier, then that'll happen. Okay, I have to do this. I only have 2 minutes before 8 o'clock. I promised that I would be off before 8. Okay, Liv's @ can someone help me out with Liv's @ in chat? The last cookout? Okay. At the last cookout. I always thought it was Live to be great. All right. We are going to head over to Liv's live. All right. Mac, I am going to hang out there for a couple minutes, and then I'm going to call you. Okay, love? For those that don't know, Mac is my beautiful girlfriend and not a Starmie with legs holding a gun. Okay, so we're going to raid Liv. YouTube and Twitch. Love y'all. It's been real. I will see you at least Friday, but possibly earlier.